here today to marvel
at what AI can do. We are here to confront what it should do and what it must not. Because here lies the paradox. The force promising exponential progress, productivity gains, scientific breakthroughs, sustainable transformation is also accelerating invisible risks. Risks to trust, risks to truth, and risks to the very social fabric that holds our systems together. And the truth is this: AI is no longer gated by compute or data or even talent. It's gated by trust. And trust isn't a feature. It isn't baked into your roadmap. It's not something you build. Trust is earned. It's in the wild. It's under scrutiny. And it happens over time. So, this afternoon, we begin this special conversation not with product demos or hype cycles, but with something deeper, a reckoning with the paradox at the heart of the moment. How do we pursue growth when carbon, compute, and governance all now have real measurable costs? How do we quantify risk, not just technical risk, but operational, societal, and existential risk? How do we define opportunity, not just in market terms, but in ethical and ecological terms? So, this afternoon, you will hear ideas that challenge the very assumptions of the industry that it's built on. One, that your data moat could also be your blind spot. Two, corporate responsibility is evolving from corporate social responsibility to AI sustainability and responsibility, with carbon-aware models and traceable supply chains as the new baseline. Three, that AI isn't just a growth engine, but a diplomatic force aligning governance, investors, entrepreneurs across continents and around the globe. Four, that measurable financial uplifts, yes, that's real bottom line growth, is happening, but only when AI is stress tested in volatile real-world systems. From geopolitical shocks to supply chain disruptions to fully automated data automation. Five, that governance isn't a compliance checkbox. It's a regenerative blueprint. Carbon budgeting and inclusive data sourcing and value sharing baked into the system. The future of AI will not be written by code alone. It will be written in contracts, in government frameworks, in audit trails, and in shared outcomes between governments, enterprises, and citizens alike. So, let's not waste another moment. Let's ask the harder questions. Let's stop making excuses. Let's bring the invisible into view. Let's earn the social license that will define the next decade of innovation. So, let's get started in our afternoon. Please welcome me in joining Rana Morel, a global leader in responsible innovation and fierce advocate for AI that serves people and the planet. And then finally, we'll hear a keynote from Vlad Larachev, which will begin to show us how we expose this paradox and put AI to work for real. Let's get going.
Hello. Thank you, Eric. That made me sound much bigger and nicer than I actually am. How is everyone? Everyone okay? Everyone fully fed? Go and get the rest of them in. Bring them in. Little quick introduction into myself. I've kind of corporate background, so Red Bull, Formula One, Heineken, sports and entertainment. And in the last decade, I've pivoted to all things sustainability, ESG, regeneration, and AI. Not an easy ride. You're not going to hear too much from me because the keynote really is about Vlad and what he does, but essentially the topics that we want to look about around the innovation versus responsibility. So we talked a bit about that in the last session, the risks and the opportunities, and also the growth and the ethics. I think we could be in danger of repeating ourselves, but here in this session, I think we really want to look at that from an ESG sustainability angle. We have touched on how it might impact the workforce, who's educated in this space and who's not. You're going to go more optimistic, aren't you? So I like being optimistic. Oh, damn. I know. So whilst from an ESG point of view, we can look at precision farming, we can look at equality stats, we can look at how we can automate data. Anyone who works in this space will know that ESG reporting and the data all looks backwards, and everyone's stuck in Excel spreadsheets and no one's actually making anything happen or doing action. So that's my mission, to try and change the dial on that. I'm currently working in the finance sector. But I also see it from the perspective of how do we elevate countries like Latin America, Africa, the continent with the youngest workforce generation. Our privileged side of the world are all getting older and we're living longer. So the key thing for me is looking at all the UN Sustainable Development Goals and not just carbon. God love us, we like to report on it, but there's so much more to ESG than that. I'm going to stop now. I'm back up later anyway. So I'm going to move over onto Vlad. He's going to look at the paradoxes from a much optimistic point of view. Over to you.
Thank you, Rona. So thank you, Eric, as well, for the introduction. I will be just adding a short overview of my background so you understand my way to the topic of AI and Gen AI, and also why I'm optimistic. And everything we do is about scaling AI. And my particular focus is to bring generative AI and AI, I would say, in most challenging industrial applications. Yeah? So we talk about how we can bring reliable and trustworthy AI solutions to the areas like robotics, life sciences for drug discovery, supply chain automations. And there are a lot of topics which we touched already today, describing how complex the setup is. But what I brought today with me is an overview. I will try to generate, like I would say, highest return on investment of your time versus my, my presentation, summarizing in a few minutes 3 hidden areas from where we see the industry is currently investing heavily. And from previous patterns, we see that in many areas, if it works in industrial context, it will have a tremendous impact on our lives. So I brought with me 3 areas which I'd like to show you, which in my opinion are not obvious. And hopefully it will inspire you to investigate more in this direction, and happy to follow up on it later with you. So what I brought are 3 trends where at the moment we see that industry investing in billions, and they're also very optimistic about its progress. And I believe that all these 3 areas will have a tremendous impact on the way how we organize our processes, how we work together, how we build, design our products, and how even our organization will be operated. So if you're a decision maker, if you're a business owner, startup owner, or policy maker, I think these key trends you should keep your eye on. And I will start with one which we call orchestration. And this is kind of a hidden capability of the AI. You can imagine an orchestrator as being like an orchestra, yeah, a dirigent which orchestrates the processes. So what we've seen in the past is that one of the most strong capabilities of AI is not only in generation of the content, but in orchestrating the tasks. And you can imagine this really as a department in a company where you can create a manager or executor AI, which can coordinate his tasks together with workers and executors and specialists. And through this way, we can handle very complex processes. So for some of you who already worked with code development or other areas, you've probably seen these code editors, agents, but actually this goes much further. So we'll be able to orchestrate almost, I would say, most of the challenging areas in our digital world by applying these processes, this orchestration. And the exciting part about that this way, AI not only learns how to generate the content, it learns also how to operate our tools. So I think most of you will be involved in some specific domains where you use not only Word maybe and Excel, you also use other tools. And through this way, we can teach AI to use these tools and understand our world better. But of course, this approach is limited to the digital world. What about our real world, our physical world? And many people are skeptical about AI because they say, yeah, it's just mimicking what we learned from the texts. Actually, our world is more complex. And here we go in the second direction, which is currently really in a tremendous growth. And it's summarized under the term physical AI. I think many of you already heard this term. It's being promoted heavily by companies like NVIDIA. And what is super exciting at the moment that we are now able to create digital environments which copying our real world environments where AI and robotics can learn how to interact with our world without having a danger or creating a harmful situation. And this unlock all the second areas of our world which are physical. AI will learn how to interact with our world. And also here, there's a variety of startups and companies which unlocking many new use cases leveraging this approach. But both of them are actually not they are not valuable if they're not integrated in real processes. And here comes the third discipline I brought to me today, which we see as an emerging field. We call it UX AI, so user experience for AI application. But you have to consider one important point in the start, that most probable your major user in the soon will be not a human anymore. So now for your UX applications and for all your processes, you have to consider that very certainly the next main visitor of your web page, the next main user of your application will be AI, which have to understand your application, we have to understand how to use it. And that already today has tremendous impact on how we design solutions and how we approach them. And I believe that the challenge is how we can create trustworthy and reliable application using this technology at the moment. And we heard today already many speakers which highlighted how complex the setup is. As you know, for example, generative AI is also not deterministic. So we heard today a lot about trust in these applications and how important it is to create a sustainable growth. And this is something very challenging, of course, with solution, which is kind of a black box. And here, this third discipline, opening a lot of potential for all startups and companies which would like to solve it through their approach. And summarized, just as a summary of these three key points, I believe that each of them opens a variety of potential for all startups and companies to solve very large and old problems by a new way. And if you're excited about this approach, if you're interested, let's just connect, let's just discuss together, because all processes, not only in industry, but also in the ways how we operate our organization, how we take decisions, we believe will be redefined, and redefined by leaders and decision makers and people who are just curious, so by you. So my call to action will be, let's do it together, let's redefine the future of industrial together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone. You all having a great time learning? I think we've probably got the best panel for you, so you can enjoy yourselves as well as learn. So I'll just do some quick intros and then I'll ask the panel to dig a bit deeper about their backgrounds and their expertise. So we have Dr. Hussein Turek. Have I got your name right? Thank you. He's head of UK at KOC Holdings and the president of the London Network of Turkish Industry and Business Association. Thank you. Alexander Farrell, who's founder and CEO of Autometry, and a board member of a YPO. That's where you know Laura from. And Angus, at the end, Angus Gow, a guy I know pretty well, who's co-founder of Anigin Digital and Flow Foundry. So if you can, in order, just give a bit of background. So Hassan, if you could go first about yourselves.
It's working. Thank you. As the tradition, I would like to thank Dinis and my colleagues at ztudium for organizing such an excellent event, and thank you for the kind introduction. I am the UK head of Koç Holding, which is the biggest conglomerate in Turkey. It is 10% of Turkish GDP. We have 170 companies. And it's involved in durable goods, automotive, energy, and financial services. But I'm also the head of Turkish Business Association, which is the CBI of Turkey. And there we have around 800 companies, which we were discussing earlier. So I'm generally, and shortly, what I do is actually, I'm responsible for government relations and technology investments in the UK. I have built relations between UK universities, Silicon Valley, and startup ecosystems in the UK.
You're obviously very busy.
Thank you.
Round of applause, please.
No, thank you.
Come on, you can do better than that.
Thank you.
Alex?
No, this one. How's that? Is that better? Hi everyone, I'm Alex. I'm a technology entrepreneur. I build, grow, occasionally sell technology companies in the world of work tech, so any technology to do with the future of work. I started my career in '99. I built a big job board platform. Before AI existed, I think we used to call it statistics, and I grew it to be the biggest tech careers platform in Europe, and I sold that to a big American firm. I've built a bunch of other bits and bobs, which I've sold too. So I'm very passionate about technology in the world of work. And my latest company is Autometry. It's 4 years old. And our mission, our vision, is to supercharge human recruiters by using AI orchestration, which you just talked about, data mapping, to ensure that human recruiters can achieve 5-10x what they're achieving right now. So that's me.
Brilliant. Thank you, Alex. Round of applause, please.
Thank you.
And last but not least, obviously, Angus, go on.
Hello everyone, I'm Angus Gow. I've been working in technology for nearly 30 years now, so I've seen a lot of different things come and go. Started off my career as a developer, and there's been an AI element to nearly every project I did. I think the first big AI project that I was involved in was the personalization system at lastminute.com. I was lucky enough to be one of the early employees there, and stayed in e-commerce for a long time, moved into aviation, logistics. So I've had a lot of experience in developing lots of different systems, and when AI was just statistics, it was a big part of everything. Yeah. It was a big part of nearly every project I've been involved in. I've been a CTO now for around 10 years of that in some big projects, and recently became a founder of a company called Engine Digital, which is using agentic AI to seed technology into startup businesses. And we're looking at new models of how we build systems to get businesses up and working quickly and profitable.
Thank you, Alex. Angus, sorry. And I know you. It's a good start. Right, thank you very much. We're going to get onto some questions now. So let's look at competitive moat and data models. So a question for the panel, and we can start with Alex, is what truly constitutes a defensible moat in AI today? Is it data volume or proprietary model architecture or volume of data or something else?
So look, I think it's a great question to start with. And I think a competitive moat for me, for enterprise companies, is a combination of their data, and obviously the higher volume data, the better. How they use that proprietary data. So for example, the human behavioral signals around it that really adds the value, and then the model they use on top of it to escalate value from it. So I do think those things combined can create a brilliant competitive moat, but I think it's really understanding which part of your data, which interaction with it causes the most value, creates the most value, rather than just seeing data as a sort of flat data set. So I think you can create a competitive moat with proprietary data and with an understanding of where the value is and how you use models on top of it, for sure.
So it's a little bit more complicated than it used to be, where data was king, end of. Angus?
Yeah, I got to agree with that. I think data is the key to everything to do with AI, and clean data especially. It's amazing how dirty data is in the world. You just need to look at Companies House and the amount of typos and the data mistakes that are in that as like a large government data set. It's hard to get the data right, and for years businesses have neglected that. And they're paying the price now. So I think having really good proprietary data is the key to having successful AI. And the other thing is skills. I mean, if you look at the current, it was the Meta that put out that they would give a $100 million joining bonus to anyone from OpenAI. Just gives you an idea of the value that Meta is placing on the key people at OpenAI and how much these people are worth to them. I think the AI skills are going to become, they're already rare, but they're going to become very valuable, and the key difference in success and failure for a lot of companies.
Is that as in engineers or?
Yeah, engineers, like the top level AI engineers are worth a lot of money.
And is there a challenge with how many there are, or is it?
I think there is at the moment, but that'll become less so. I think definitely development teams that I'm working with are moving more and more to AI-generated code bases. So AI is going to generate more of these systems, but the people that design that are going to be very valuable.
Okay, well, thank you. Hassan?
Just one, I agree. It just when we look at it, I will always comment from a business perspective. How we use data is very important. It's become accessing data. It's also becoming really very important. But the volume of data is increasing, but what do you do about it? It's very important for us. It's to understand your consumers, your trends in the market. It has become much more important for us.
Perfect, thank you very much. Okay, so a good question to follow that was, do you think the large language models level the playing field, or do they deepen the gap between tech giants and SMEs, smaller businesses? Is there a complement or a bigger?
Leveling up, but I will leave it here to the experts.
That's okay, you go for it.
I think so.
I'd say a big leveler. You know, anybody, any size enterprise can now get access to advanced AI technology in a relatively low-cost fashion, right? Without having to build it themselves. It's a massive leveler. I mean, I don't think there has ever been a better time to build a company than there is now. You know, you don't need to build some of this incredible stuff. You can tap into someone else to do it. It's a huge leveler for sure.
Yeah, completely. I think that it's a leveler beyond anything that's existed before. I think that it's a threat to all the big consultancies, because I can ask an AI and it can give me very good output as to how I want to take a strategic direction of the business. I don't need that much money to do a tech startup anymore, because I can use AI tools to do that much quicker. So that puts a threat on the private equity investment industry. It is a brilliant time to be starting up a business and using these tools. We're not far off seeing that one or two man billion-dollar company. I'm pretty sure of that.
Yeah, I agree.
I was looking at that, a stat on that actually, because it really is, as an entrepreneur who's built a couple of companies, I can't quite still believe how significant it is in terms of my future headcount of companies I grow, because I'll need such fewer, smaller teams, maybe more experienced, but smaller, right? So, and maybe by a factor of 10. I was looking at trying to sort of validate, how does this mean in some real numbers? And I looked at it, and I was comparing Anthropic's headcount and revenue to IBM's headcount and revenue. And if you look at it, I think Anthropic's got 1,000 people, and it's got 3 billion turnover, something mad like that. And so IBM has something like a 20 times turnover, but a 200 time headcount. So if you look at the old school software companies, the size of their headcounts compared to their revenue, it's just significantly changed overnight, hasn't it?
Yeah, totally. I think we're at the same sort of period in time when the internet started to take off. I was talking to someone about this the other night, that I remember the internet when it was one page and it had 100 links on it. And when you added a new website and you just put a link at the bottom of the page, that's where I think AI is at the moment. It's going to be a hugely transformative technology. But in the same way as the internet brought e-commerce and lots of things like insurance brokers used to be on the high street, and all of that disappeared. There was lots of industries disintermediated by this. That AI is going to disintermediate large parts of the workforce, and I think that's going to be a big challenge.
Yeah, so it'd be interesting to see what happens. Seven of the startups I work with at the moment, 7 of them are AI. Yeah, a year ago it was slightly different. It'd be interesting to see how successful they are, because SMEs, startups, obviously success rate's not that impressive. But yeah, Hassan, do you have anything else to add on that?
I think the tsunami, it started with the AI summit here years ago, and suddenly we see a lot of interest from the business and the investors to look at startups and SMEs in the AI. To what extent this will be successful, I think it's just too early to tell.
Yeah, but SMEs are finished, aren't they? Everyone's going to scale.
Yeah.
So all the startups are going to be very big, large, billion-dollar unicorn companies.
Yeah.
Well, that is how it starts at this stage in the AI space, is that you've got a lot of startup companies looking to scale, and the VCs only want to see really big numbers.
Yeah.
So are the enterprises a bit nervous, or?
Not at all. I mean, if we're talking about UK, and we'll talk about European markets. For example, what was interesting, the industrial strategy just published by the government a couple of days ago, they specifically addressed the SMEs. And then we have British Business Bank is working to finance it. So finance is the key to success, it seems, for the SMEs right now. When we look at the investment, I think to proof of concepts, we start talking about it, because to tell you the truth, from business perspective, when I look at the technology company, I don't look for their RRR or they have scale up or not, whether it helps me improve my technology, whether it helps
solves
me.
a problem.
Exactly. Yeah. So I look at it from engineering perspective first, and that's what AI is changing when you look at an investment. In the past, you look, okay, RRRs, this and that, all this financial expectation. Now, whether this helps me to solve a problem, or with this can I scale it up within our own. For example, in energy, we're talking about carbon capture earlier. Would that help me? The robotics, the AI could help me reduce the carbon emission. It's more than financial gains. Thank you.
Okay, well done. Good points, everyone. Okay, let's move on to another question. With models becoming more complex and less penetrable, how do enterprises ensure responsible use and maintain stakeholder trust? Does that make sense? And we'll start with you, because you're looking at me all blank angry.
Because I'm looking confused. I think it's an interesting one, this, because as a CTO, you're presented with that problem all the time with all systems. So trustworthiness, and there's 2 ways of doing it. You can lock everything down, so you just control everything that people do. But I've always taken the opposite attitude, that actually I want the systems to be open, and then rely on people responsibly using the system. So give people responsibility and accountability to use these technologies appropriately in the workplace. And I think it's the same with AI. It's like a cat that's out of the bag. It's going to be really difficult to control. So educating workforces on how to best use this technology to further where the business is going, I think, is the key thing. And with that comes trust, the trust that the people are using the technology in the right way and putting the right things into it. I think when it comes to biases, that's a really difficult thing, because at the moment we're training these technologies on the internet, and the internet is full of biases. It's full of horrible things and good things, and just the whole of humanity is laid bare in that space. I think we need to get to a place where we're training this technology on real expertise, the sort of knowledge that comes out of universities, not what's posted on the internet.
Well, you could use AI to train the AI, obviously, and if it's not open AI, then you can isolate it, I guess. So it's one way.
Yeah, and I see that happening. Like the guys that are doing the large language models at Metrobank, they're deploying models just for that use, and then they delete them and get rid of them. So the models only exist for the moments that they're being used.
So it stops it collapsing as well. Well, should do. Sorry. Alex?
So look, I work in the world of work tech, so there are a number of areas where bias and the concern around AI and bias are very strong, and one of them obviously is in recruitment, especially if you've got big systems with AI making automatic decisions in the background, right? So it's a very valid concern, a very hot area, and I think we do need responsible, thinking around this. And whilst, I'm not one for uber regulation, I do think, the EU AI Act is coming down the pipe. It has some relatively good governance around this. It's pushing a lot of the governance onto the big recruitment platforms rather than the users of those platforms. So if you're a LinkedIn or an Autometry like us, what will happen is if you use automatic decision-making in a covered algorithm or a covered AI system, you'll have to declare it, for example. And I think that those kind of guidelines are useful. I think they give user trust, and it also helps developers understand what ethics standard they need to build for. So it's not just the users, I think it's internally for developers. But ultimately I think there's the internet's a world of bias because humans are a world of bias and they've filled it up, right? So it's reflecting society's bias, not just, it's got to come from somewhere. But I think AI models can be built to make decisions on the right data rather than the wrong data. You can use the right data to make a recommendation for a recruitment match based on skills or experience in certain companies rather than nationality, age or gender, so it's a really interesting topic for me, that one.
Brilliant.
I agree. I noticed this, what you said about the Twitter's, what was it? Because I don't use social media, apologies. I shouldn't be here. But, I noticed some of my colleagues send me some of the answers from Grok. And I noticed how biased it is actually when it's answering. And I think to answer questions, when you send it to us, I looked at it and I said, we need guidance more than regulation and transparency. The process in which that built up the users and the developers, and transparency and guidance. It's missing because we are early stages. I think it will develop.
So where do we get that from?
That's the question. I couldn't
Maybe it's Alex.
So I think there's something interesting also in what you've said, because AI, especially generative AI, rather than say a deep research AI, AI will guess if it doesn't know it. And that's a problem, right? Because especially with something binary, protected characteristics, if you're inferring somebody's nationality from their CV, that's not good, right? So the LLMs are very, they're very bad in some ways when they guess information or they think that's the right answer, so they put it in. So there's not just bias, there's inference here, which I think can be super problematic, especially if we're using AI to fill in the gaps on our data before we crunch it through an AI system, which is happening a lot. We're using AI to, put my data through an AI program, fill in the gaps, great, now you can assess it. You've got two layers of problems there, really, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Brilliant. So, are you, just going back to what you said a little earlier, is regulation, because there's a lot of regulation and there's a lot of expected changes in regulation coming in, is that going to stifle innovation in AI, or is it a good thing? Is it, because that's kind of...
I think regulation's a good thing, because at the moment the technology is controlled by a handful of individuals who are not necessarily the best human beings in the world. I think that's that's a concern, especially Grok. I mean, I don't use Grok that often, but it's definitely got biases in it, and it's designed like that, I would say. And regulation has to stop that from you know, we've got to move to a common standard, and regulation will bring that in. If we can't trust the people that own it, then we have to regulate against it. I think ultimately this technology should be under common ownership. I don't think that it being dominated by a handful of tech bros is necessarily a good thing for us.
Getting political now, Angus.
Well, look, I'm not a tech bro, right? So, you know, let's mix it up a bit. But, I mean, I'm going to take us out of the AI conversation for a bit here, but bias has been around for such a long time, especially when engineering and manufacturing has largely been dominated by men rather than women at the design stage, right? So, for example, car seatbelts were always modelled on male crash test dummy, not female ones. So there are a greater chance, for example, of you dying if you're a woman in a car rather than a man. So bias has been around forever in designing systems because they've largely been designed for men, right? It has. So AI is just a further, you know, like for example, lots of medical testing is done on men, and women are actually not just smaller men. They've got a different biological profile.
But they're treating men as mice. So
do you see what I mean? Bad. Yeah. So I think it might be nice now to say, oh look, we can change bias here because we haven't really made that much effort in the past to do it. But because it could be so systematically huge if we get it wrong here, it's much more important to get this right now than it has been ever before, because it's such a significant impact if we get it wrong from a bias perspective. But I'm with you, yeah, there's some people at the, you know, a few very powerful people making some decisions here that doesn't feel good, yeah.
When it comes to innovation and versus regulation, I always remember how Europe put so much regulation investment into research, but UK is more entrepreneurial, hence every year UK produces a combination of France and Germany's unicorns every year. And I think we need to find a balance between innovation and regulation. When you move too much into the regulation, which I think we have to have some guidance, otherwise I think I'm more concerned about the political biases in elections and etc. interference, and it reminds me the early days of Facebook and all this, when you had, and like you would read things and totally different from reality. The more you read them, the more you're far from the reality. Hence, we will need some guidance there. But too much guidance like Europeans do, then you're always behind. So a balance.
Yeah, okay. Because you work so much in other industries and other continents, or in Europe, I guess you get a lot more insight. Yeah, because sometimes we can feel a bit insular. Yeah. Even if we're just working in our channel or in our markets and not looking, which is why conferences like this, summits like this are really useful. Yeah. So kind of staying a little bit on topic, but just moving towards maybe sustainability, which is obviously one of the areas we're covering here. Is the commercial impact aligned with sustainability and, you know, the eco within AI? Because a lot of the conversations that I'm having with people is about using it to save or make money and grow, but the other message out there, you know, the environmental. So in your experiences of the people you work with and the businesses that you guys run, are they aligned, or is it still, is sustainability, for instance, becoming more important, or not?
I think there's a big problem with the way the technology works at the moment, in that we're burning the planet in data center and electrical resources, and we're creating vast amounts of toxic water off the back of it. And we don't see that because it's happening in the peripheries or in containers dotted all over the place. And I mean, Microsoft was dropping data centers to the bottom of the ocean. The amount of processing power required, like Sam Altman said, just to deal with like the pleases and thank yous people are using, is costing billions of dollars. And the billions of dollars is in electricity consumption and everything else. It makes Bitcoin mining look like a drop in the ocean in terms of the amount of power that's being burned in this. I don't think that's sustainable as a way forward. We need to get these models into smaller shapes so that they can run on much less power. And yeah, I think that's going to be a big problem. We'll look back on this as a dark time, I think, in technology and data centers, just because of the amount of power that's being used up in the whole process. And it's the same as electric vehicles. I don't think electric vehicles are as green as people imagine, because it still requires a lot of electricity to be generated somewhere, and that's not all renewable.
No, there's not enough resource on the earth to replace petrol with...
Yeah, we need to build one of these things around the sun. You know, what's it called, like that Dyson sphere.
let's try and keep it on AI, shall we?
No, I think I saw your answer, but it just I'm part of COP26, 27, 28, all these financial, environmentally friendly business models. What I noticed I know the data centers requires huge amount of water, right? That's what you're trying to say. But also what I noticed, AI is helping us on climate modeling. So it enhances our problem-solving skills. So they will, hopefully, if used in the right hands, will be able to help us to find solutions to climate change. So this is where the edge about sustainability, maybe not profitability, where they can help us to improve or find better solution to climate change by doing climate modeling. So this is where the UN is now working. They do the presentations.
But do enterprises think like that? Or is it just profit, supply and demand, problem solving? Okay, thank you very much. So here's a general question for you. If you had to invest in just one AI capability today to future-proof an enterprise, what would it be and why? Bearing in mind that everyone on this panel's working in that space. Hands up who wants to go first while you're thinking about it.
I'd say that's a hard question. Just one.
Your favourite? What's your favourite?
I loved your answer though when I saw it.
I can't remember what was that.
Well, I saw what you'd written, but we both had a similar view on this, which is there are AI tools to manage your data and interpret your data, and they're so radically different from what we use currently. And I'm going to put my hat in the ring for, I love a vector database. It's a version of a database, but it's an AI database. And it's a really clever thing because it enables you to, if you're a business, an enterprise business, and you've got a bunch of data, but it's currently stuck in a relational database, which I refer to as a dusty old filing cabinet. If you put it into a vector database, which is an AI database, you can just do so much more with it. And it means that once you've got it in that format, you don't need AI agents to ask it questions. You can do it because you formatted it in a different way. So for me, using AI databases or AI tools for your data, they're absolute game changers for enterprise businesses. So I would say a vector database. But
yeah, I think I said a knowledge graph. Yeah, so that was something I've been banging on about for years, and it's just boring all my colleagues. But I think it's starting to come into its own, that people are understanding the power of knowledge graphing, especially when you connect it to vector databases and other things, that you can create a mind map of all of your data in the organization, and not only that, but connect systems into it. I don't think that's really come to the fore. Everyone is focused on LLMs or RAG-type models, but if you add the knowledge graph into it, it just accelerates its power massively. And I think we're just at the start of that revolution.
I'll just add one thing, is data analyzing. Analyzing data for us, I think, is much important from business perspective. Having data, yes, but analyzing. So advanced data analyzing, I would put all my money. It will help you understand, predict, and project, and simulate, or do some scenarios.
So we're back to data again, aren't we?
Yeah.
It seems to be the key focus. So kind of in the same area, whether you're speaking to stakeholders or board members in companies or within your own companies, what's the biggest misconception within the use of AI? Because I find what it's not used for as important in some ways as what it is used for, if that makes sense. So have you an experience that you could share?
I think just defining projects, like a lot of the early adopters that have gone into this are coming to the end of these projects, so they're starting to implement things. And it's not necessarily picking the right use case to start off with. So getting the use case right is fundamental. Finding some area that you can focus on and measure the effect that AI is having in that space, I think is really key. A lot of the bigger projects haven't done that, so they've kind of gone maximalist in doing a lot of, like covering a lot of areas at once, and that becomes really difficult and really complex, and they're really hard projects to manage. So I keep it really small, really focused. Go for lots of small wins rather than a big bang implementation, which I think is where Microsoft has suffered. Like, I don't think Copilot has been a huge success for Microsoft because they've just kind of covered organizations in chatbots, and it's almost like Clippy V2 rather than the huge success that I think they thought it would be.
I think that's a brilliant example at the end. I absolutely love that, because for me, I 100% agree. I think the biggest mistake enterprises are making is they are taking the new technology and saying, this is exciting, what can I do with it? So they're starting with the tech. And if I was running a board at the moment, I would be looking at the business objectives first and going, what's our key business objectives for growth? And then what are the people processes and how can I use AI to do a better job? So I would start with it the other way around, but I don't think that's what's happening. I think the conversation in boardrooms is run by CTOs because the CEOs are not genned up enough. And as a result, the CTO drives the agenda around, actually, this technology can do all this exciting stuff. And often I think you miss those use cases that you're talking about, that strategic planning. Well, actually, we don't need to use that technology for those things at all. The most important thing is this. And AI may or may not be able to help it at this stage. Some AI use cases aren't as advanced as others. It isn't a universal panacea yet. So that would be my frustration at the moment, is businesses just aren't doing that strategic thinking around the use cases first.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I see that all the time. But even with some businesses, their assumption that the CTOs are embracing and they disconnect and they're not quite sure, if that makes sense. So they assume it's happening, you know. But yeah, they're not really involved. CTOs running it, rather. Sorry, Hassan.
I think one of the biggest problem when I go to meetings with, I'm part of a couple companies, I'm board member, etc. One of the key things, they assume AI is a futuristic thing. It's something coming. With all these buzzwords, etc., what they're not noticing, I think the biggest missing part is that right now it's happening. It's transforming our life daily, individually, but in the industry. You saw the earlier Vlad's presentation, industrial. We see how it's transforming the workplace as well. So I think that's why in the boards, this is not enough being discussed, but also the negative aspect of it has not been discussed. Like you said, CTOs drives the discussion, always positive. They don't discuss the socioeconomic aspects of the AI. What would happen with the job losses, similar issues, or within the company, nobody is discussing about reskilling the workforce or having some partnership with key research or consultancies to train, upgrade the skills, the current workforce, or the hiring process is still based on old model. So we are in a different way of work, but we still work the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't think that's dissimilar to business generally, though, is it? So, well, it's to a certain degree. I think are they using it for innovation, or they think it's because it's about looking at your business? And I don't want to go into that. Are we running out of time, Eric? What's that? 5 minutes? Okay, so we could do a song and dance if you'd prefer. No, I tell you what, if you guys could all just spend a very small amount of time within 5 minutes, giving some, whatever you want, help or a view or some of your expertise, just generally. It doesn't have to be in any area that's AI related from what you're doing at the moment or what you're working with on the moment. Does that make sense? That's a general question. So who wants to go first? Who's thought of one?
I don't mind. Yeah.
Go on.
So I'm obsessed with this at the moment, so I can talk about this for longer than 5 minutes. I'll try not to. My takeaway would be, I loved what you said. You said people think about AI as something that's futuristic. It's not. So, you know, I say to the CEOs that I work with, I say, your company is going to change shape within the next 12 months. Think about what the shape it's going to be in 12 months now and work backwards, but with particular attention to where you think the digital workforce is going to sit with regard to your human workforce. So I'd literally tell any CEO to sit down and go, in 12 months' time, my org chart will look like this. The humans will be doing these things. My digital agents will be helping my humans in these areas. And I think of it as a digital workforce and a human workforce. And it's just easier to think of companies as workers and tasks than use cases sometimes. So that would be my takeaway.
That's lovely. I like that. Who's
I
first to the draw? Who's going to go?
Here you go.
Yeah, I see what's happening as a bigger transformation than the invention of the internet. I think we're going to go through something which is going to fundamentally change a lot of jobs. A lot of jobs that exist today are not going to exist in a couple of years' time. And a whole new raft of jobs that we can't even imagine are going to spring up around that as well. And I'm seeing that already in development. I think developers are going to change. It's a fundamental change, probably as big as when punch cards moved to terminals. I think people will not be coding software in the same way as they do today. And that change is already happening. And developers are retiring and losing jobs as they go along. But I think one thing that's going to be really interesting, I think the internet as it currently stands is just going to disappear. I don't see there being a future for the web as it currently stands, and the whole interface that we've gotten used to around web and e-commerce is going to just vanish. And I think the start of that is like the LLMs being polite. It's like trying to lull you into a sense of security. It's like, that's a great question. And, you know, no one's asked a question as good as that.
Mine's rude to me, though.
The next thing it's going to say is, you'd look really good in these pair of shoes. Do you just want us to get that?
Well, and people are using chat, GPT, etc., to search, aren't they? They're not using Google. So
Yeah, I don't use the internet anymore. I just don't do it. And every time I say that to people, they sit and think and go, oh yeah, you're right. I don't Google things like
But
I
then
used to.
OpenAI is using the internet to gather information, so that starts to diminish, and that entail.
Yeah, the only thing using the internet will be AI, and that'll be it. Yeah.
I just, if I compare to Angus, they used to say for the smartphone revolution, now everybody has a computer in his pocket. I think AI will be, everybody will have amazing data analytics skills in their pocket. And in terms of what I would say the same thing what I told to my board members and the CEO. They say, oh, what happened with the AI summit, you and the first one? I said, quick, everybody should sit and develop a new business plan, how AI will destroy you. You have to adapt to new realities, including ztudium. Everybody, I would say to all these participants, you should develop a new business plan and take into account how AI will destroy your business. Thank you.
Yes, good one. Okay. Is there any questions before we wrap up? Anything? Yes?
Hi guys, thank you for your time today. I suppose my question is about, like, I see AI as a great differentiator and a way to, like, bring that gap between where people are at and where they kind of want to be. So back in the past, if you were to build a business, you have to ideate the idea, write a business plan. I mean, that alone can take months, and you wouldn't have the tools to actually analyze your market or anything like this. You hire someone to do that. So much of that has been taken out. So it does give that opportunity, like you said, for businesses to start very quickly. And I think it's a great opportunity for people to basically bring their ideas to life in a way that they maybe never conceived they could do in the past, where that technology gap is now being addressed. But I also see it from the other side, where how much are people going to have that access? And I'm trying to the point I'm trying to get at is not getting to a world of my AI is bigger than your AI, where people are really going to try and struggle to actually get to a point because the large companies don't allow that. Like we've seen this kind of, what's it called? Well, basically where big businesses push out little businesses. In the same way, people that have control of the AI, like the best technologies, will push out the people that are trying to start up. So how do we give that power to the little guy, essentially, to give the education, the knowledge, the tools, and that sort of thing? So I think right now it's very affordable. We're talking about tools like Perplexity, ChatGPT, etc. Most of them are around $30 to $20 mark a month. And then you've got other tool stack ahead of that, but typically you can start a business on like $200 tech stack, which is incredible. But now, is that going to be the future, or are we going to see it scale up to the point that you've got a business built on these models, but now there's nothing in the clause of the contract to say they can't rise those power prices exponentially, and now your expenditures have been drastically increased?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of good points in there. It's really easy to put something together really cheaply, but nothing's changed in terms of building enterprise systems. You still need security, the systems need to work, they need to be scalable, and Lovable is a great tool. It'll give you something that is a prototype that'll work, but you wouldn't want to deploy that into the real world. There's so many security holes in it, and you still need to know how to build a computer system. It's that I think is going to be the main skill. People who know how to build computer systems can use these tools to build them faster and cheaper. And a big barrier to entry for a lot of businesses is money, which is where private equity has come in and provided investment in. I think that's going to change. The cost of building good computer systems is going to come right down. And that was the leveler that we were talking about earlier, is that you don't necessarily need money. You need somebody who knows how to use these tools to build your system fast and cheaply, and that's happening right now. So I think that's going to be the first thing that gets really impacted, is the developer community and how we develop our computer systems. And you don't need the money that you used to need in order to get a big business off the ground. You can bootstrap much easier.
Thank you. I think we're done now. Is that okay? So if you could, Hassan, Alex and Angus, I hope it was useful and insightful. Thank you very much.
Adam, Hassan, Alex, Angus, thank you. Everyone, if you were listening for the last 45 minutes to that panel, you received the most sage advice for implementing AI in your business that I've heard in panels. It was real, just cut to the bone truth about what works and what doesn't work for AI in your business. Excellent job. Well done. Thank you, everybody. Really appreciate it. So we heard a number of summaries. Right now, we're going to transition to a new topic. We heard about incorporating AI into your business, the imperative of AI into your business. I'd love to welcome Annabelle Gilliard and the rest of the next panel up to the stage. Taking it beyond just incorporating into our business, but how do we actually make it work for us and create security for our businesses? So without further ado, let me hand it over, and I'll let you introduce and invite your panel to the stage.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Eric. Delighted to be here, and thank you for the invitation to join. Especially what I love about the way you frame this, Eric, is in a trust-first capacity, that before we think about anything with AI, we need to be thinking about how to use it responsibly and how to build trust amongst our stakeholders. It's my great privilege to introduce a fantastic panel here. I'm very humbled by who I'm going to be joined by. So first up, may I invite Alex back to the back to the stage. You've just heard. Alex is a seasoned tech entrepreneur with a background in technology platforms and work tech, having founded the IT job board in 1999 and turned it into Europe's largest tech careers platform before its successful sale. She is now working on her latest company, Autometry, which is an AI technology company dedicated to transforming recruiter productivity. And she's an angel investor to boot. Tim, please join us. Tim runs DLA Ignite. the world's leading social media strategy and social selling consultancy, and he's authored 3 books on selling and marketing, and runs a podcast and has numerous other initiatives, very broad-ranging. And then Sarah, may I ask you to join us as well? Sarah is a research fellow at UCL with a focus on preempting crime and security risks. Her research background is in neuropsychology and social engineering, and she has a forthcoming book on the psychological factors that affect cybersecurity. And in fact, this very week, I'm delighted to announce, she received an award from UCL's CISO for research on phishing attacks that bridges academia and practice. So congratulations, Sarah. And I should probably also mention, the reason I'm here is because although I'm recovering from a career in financial services, ethics has always been a side hustle, and then 5 years ago I decided to go pro, because I think AI ethics is the future to building trusted technology. As we go through this technological revolution, the way we can stay human-centered and build trust is all around ethics, I think. So I should declare that bias up front. Brilliant. So,
well done.
Paddle. Can we start off by defining our terms, maybe, and just thinking about what does business responsibility, what does resilience look like to you, and then how AI perhaps affects that position. Does anyone want to kick us off with that one?
Thank you, and welcome everybody, and thank you for attending today. I think that AI provides us with a responsibility. And a responsibility not just for shareholders but for stakeholders as well. The thing about AI is that it magnifies everything, so that if we're in a situation where we're not being ethical, then it basically magnifies that. So we have to be really, really key to see how we use the AI to make sure that we're on point and we're doing the right thing.
Brilliant, thank you. There's another one.
Try this one.
Is that one all right? That one working?
Hello.
There we go.
Yes.
I'm going to put this one down. I mean, everyone's going to be bored to tears of me by the end of the day, but I've sort of talked about my background in technology around the world of work, so there's a lot of ethics in that. Mm-hmm. It's one of the key areas around one of the hotspots that AI can really sort of have a profoundly big positive effect or a profoundly big negative effect. So, for me, ethics in and how responsibly AI is used is key in my industry, absolutely key. With or without governance, it's really, really important, yes.
Yeah, in the last panel you spoke about bias. Is that one of the areas where you see there being the biggest kind of risks ethically, or are there other areas that you worry about?
Bias is a big one, and transparency around decision-making is another, because for me they're slightly different. But from a bias perspective, I mean, we chatted about this previously, and everyone assumes that, AI is going to be terrible in a way because it's going to make decisions and it will be biased. But actually, over the past 10, 15 years, we've all used the internet to find jobs. And actually, candidates have been stuffing their CVs with words to make themselves look better for decades. And, people who hire people have been stuffing their adverts with words to make themselves appear, a more desirable prospect than they are. So this has been around for a while, this using technology to gain an advantage on both sides. It isn't new to my world. But you're right, the ability for that to be so much exponentially bigger is such a worry that, yes.
A CV is just a list of lies anyway, isn't it?
My CTO calls it candidate claims. He doesn't actually, we're trying to sort of, there are some real positives with AI in the world of matching candidates to jobs, because at the moment, humans make decisions on whether a candidate is good for a job. Humans innately biased, right? The technology makes decisions, and they're based on a few keywords matching in the right part of the document. That's not great either. But what AI has, which is better than these two, is it is actually very good at looking at context. So AI should be an improvement on this. An AI can look at the context of a big pot of data on the job and the candidate. I'm very positive about the fact that AI could do a superlatively good job at finding candidates for roles that would have been overlooked previously. So there is an upside here, not just a downside, if that makes sense.
It does make sense. Sorry, Gavin.
Can I just quickly comment on AI in decision making in different contexts? So we recently concluded a project on social robots. You can regard that as a special form of AI as well. In fact, the social functionality of robots that will be roaming around in our daily lives is largely provided by AI. And now a lot of these social robots are actually deployed in healthcare settings. And what we found as one of the results in our research is that actually people might want to have the right to have a human make a decision for them when it comes to healthcare contexts, instead of a robot doing that for them.
Well, that reminds me a little of another comment in the last panel about thinking about a digital workforce and a human workforce, and actually getting the balance right between that, and how far that's possible from a customer or a stakeholder to decide, and how far that's decided by the company. Do you have a...
Yeah, can I just add something? Something that I think about when I use AI is that, and I've said this before, is that when I go and buy a packet of biscuits, I can see from the packet of biscuits that, that I understand the supply chain to it. There are single-use plastic being given out, and I don't use single-use plastic. I bring my own water bottle. So, sustainability is really key. But when we actually place a prompt on ChatGPT or Gemini, we don't know what the supply chain and the sustainability implications are. We know that Microsoft are buying atomic power to run data centers. We could have a debate about the sustainability of that. And we know that it takes a bottle of water to run a ChatGPT. It takes a kettle to boil a kettle to run a prompt on Google. But when I actually write a prompt, what is it doing to? What is the sustainability impact to what I'm doing? And that's what I want to know.
I'm really glad you brought up environmental sustainability, because there is a cost to all this fantastic AI innovation and all this new potential. And at the risk of having a slight pop at Angus, I think when we defer straight to AI, we sometimes aren't thinking about the environmental consequences of doing that, because obviously it's much more costly to run an AI model than it is to just run a Google search, for example. Do you think we know enough about the environmental impact of what we're doing with AI and our AI use?
Yeah, sure, I can comment on that. So as a crime scientist, I will probably be biased towards the risks and security implications of everything. But especially when it comes to AI, there are loads of studies that show that AI is very thirsty. Actually, Tim already alluded to this, that like you said, when you generate a prompt with ChatGPT, it costs about a bottle of water that potentially evaporates into the air to cool the data centers to actually generate that response. And in fact, there are projections that by 2027, so in 2 years from now, all of AI's demand for fresh water is going to be the same as half the population of the UK. So the question that we might want to be asking ourselves is, what is the cost of the convenience that AI brings to us?
And look, I think it's really, really an interesting one. And there are very few people talking about how enterprises can tackle getting the same results they get from AI, but using a different format of data to get there, because people are just seamlessly sort of jumping onto the AI tool first, right? But you can use AI to sort your data out first in a way that it's then better labeled to be interrogated by normal tech, which means you use the agent to label it, not every time you want to search it. But because that educational piece for enterprises isn't getting out, the default position, I use the agent every time, rather than I use the agent once, I use it to set my foundations up so that moving forward I can use just an algorithmic search rather than an AI search. So I think there's a piece of education here for enterprises, really.
Yeah, that's wonderful comment, and especially I think because we have this great tendency towards speed, rather than the kind of intentionality that was referred to a little earlier about deciding actually what's the problem we're trying to solve, what's the objective we're seeking to achieve, and now what's the best way of getting there using the AI in a smart way, rather than just, everyone's got AI, if I don't adopt it, I'll be out of business, and feeling this kind of existential threat. And I think businesses do have time to pause and think through what they're doing and be strategic about it. But I think there is a sense of, well, I perceive a sense of panic in the boardroom slightly, that we've got to get there before everybody else does, otherwise we've lost the race. Do you think that's, do you see that as well in your dealings with people, and are you worried about that, or do you think...
I just think there's a lack of knowledge on how to use AI full stop. So, you know, if the noise is AI can do these great things and it's about access to information rather than AI can sort your systems out so you can, you know, you can catalog it better yourself. You know, there just isn't, I don't think it's as sexy. So cataloging your data isn't as exciting as using an agent. You know, it's just not. So you could have a dramatic impact if we educated people on AI to format the data rather than AI to give you the answer at the end.
I was given some advice at another AI event, which is if you're going to use AI, do the boring stuff first. Don't do stuff that does anything with customers. Because we've already seen the situation with Klarna where they sacked all the customer service staff and then they went, oh, actually, we need to re-employ them. And so I think what we need to do is that most businesses are going to be retrofitting AI in some shape or form. Rather in the conversation we had before was that they're going to be AI-first startups. But in most cases, it's going to be retrofitted. And I think what we need to be doing is being really careful. And as Alex says, we need to think about the strategy and the purpose rather than the technology. I think, you know, there's a bit of a squirrel situation going on. And you know, oh, wow, there's a bit of technology. Let's chase after it.
And you've got a background in talking about selling and marketing and building relationships of trust with customers. So is there a perspective there you'd like to bring?
I have, yes. I think that trust is really important. Someone said earlier on that trust isn't something that you can put in a PowerPoint presentation, and it's not. It's something that it takes a long time to build, and we can lose it in an instant. I think it's really difficult. I know some of the questions that we've got are around, we're going to be talking about deep fakes and truth and what is truth and what is trust. And trust is so important. And if you want to sell anything or you want to market anything, trust is actually more important than your brand or anything else.
Do you have a view on how you build trust?
Good question. Yeah, sitting on panels and stuff like that is a good way of doing it. Well, yes. I mean, you know, you've got to be trustworthy. And if you think about, you know, where do we find trust in people? We generally find it because we believe in what people say rather than what companies say. Because we know that what the company's going to say, they're going to say the same thing, which is buy my product because we're great. But if somebody else says it, if someone from the shop floor says it, I've just seen a note that Starbucks is going to get all of its baristas to basically post on social media. That's a brilliant idea. Because who do we trust? We trust the barista. We don't trust the CEO. And nobody, I mean, the CEO will put a video on YouTube, but nobody will watch it. A barista will basically put one up and there'll be 1 million views.
If I can just comment on trust from a slightly psychological point of view. It usually consists of 2 elements that are really important for people to feel trust in anyone. It could be an organization, a person. So it's integrity, that you actually do what you say you're going to do and be consistent with that. And that, of course, takes time to build. And the second element is competence. You need when you say you're going to do something, you need to be able to do that.
So you can do it, and you do what you say you can. Yeah.
So I sort of add to that. I think, and your earlier comment about the sort of the robots and the healthcare and the caring, and you know, some people wanting to have treatment from a human rather than a robot, which I think makes total sense. And I think that trust piece around AI is interesting because we all know that AI hallucinates, but we don't know when, and that's pretty challenging, And then you apply that to something specific like finding a job, or something as important as that, and you've got some real trust issues there. And then, we'll see enterprises going back to more traditional systems. Well, some of the stuff that we need to work with is just binary information, and we shouldn't be giving it to an LLM, because the binary, algorithmic stuff is good enough. We rely on the facts, and those facts are the things we use, not an agent inferring what they think it means. So, for me, trust and integrity and how we apply those principles to a technology system are difficult, especially when there's lots of data spread across in different places. But what we're playing with is having hybrid versions of technology where you use some algorithmic, where it's based on the actual facts and binary, yes or no, does that piece of information exist and does it match? And some, agents making decisions, but within guardrails, if that makes sense.
It does. It sounds like it's more of an argument for more uses of narrow, quite specific AI rather than these broad-ranging models, because with the narrow ones, the competent side of it, and you can actually trust that it will do what you think it will do. Can we also touch on resilience, because you have this background with cyber and cybersecurity? How has that been affected by the developments of AI? Does it make us safer or less safe, or is that the wrong way of thinking about it?
That's such a huge topic in itself to discuss. AI, like Tim actually said, it allows us to scale everything, including criminal behavior. So, well, you might think of many, many legitimate cases of where we use AI to accelerate our businesses, but at the same time, cyber criminals are typically very opportunistic, and they will jump to new technologies faster than any other business out there. So yes, we have seen an increase in more sophisticated phishing attacks, for instance, because it's so extremely easy to ask ChatGPT, can you make a convincing email for me that we're going to send to this specific CEO and pretend to be, I don't know, another executive assistant or someone else that's reputable. So in terms of resilience, I would say technology is always going to change, but what it isn't going to change is the fact that we're human and that we have these psychological characteristics that make us human. And so it would be more helpful as businesses to really focus on those human factors to make us more resilient rather than only looking at the technology stack. So what that, for instance, could mean in practice is that you have to prepare people mentally for what are you going to do if your business operations are affected. For instance, we just had a major breach with M&S over the Easter weekend. It cost them about £300 million in market value. So how are you going to make sure that even though there's a cyber incident, you can still keep your business running? You have to ask yourself, what is my minimum viable business? What part can I absolutely not let down? And how to make then that as protected as possible. And often it comes down to fairly basic cybersecurity measures like encrypting your data, backing up, making sure you have channels to restore that data as soon as possible, even though you might be dealing with a ransomware attack, for instance.
That is so interesting. I mean, I see cybersecurity and cyber issues just shooting up the board agenda, left, right, and centre. But what I'm not seeing is that kind of emotional side of actually how do we prepare for this? What's our kind of game plan? What's the kind of resilience planning within our workforce? You deal with many companies. Is that something that you've seen or people are recruiting for?
Well, by the way, that M&S example was a great one, and I think M&S is a very beloved brand in the UK, and I think, there for all of us, we're like, gosh, that could happen to any company. And I think retailers are a funny segment because I don't think, even though retailers are big e-commerce people online, I'm not sure as an industry they're as hot on their technology and cyber as other industries are, right? But I can imagine there were a huge amount of retail CTOs for the last few months that haven't slept much, right? Because that was horrifying for them, and I'm really glad that they're back on their feet. I've previously run big job board businesses and big recruitment businesses, and the amount of personal data that we look after is huge. Someone's CV says so much about them. It's such a massive responsibility to carry that kind of data, right? So we have to have really, really good views on this and structures. But I mean, I've got an example from yesterday. Everybody's tinkering with AI as a consumer, and that's good. So how can I be more productive at work? And we're all on Slack, and suddenly Notion has been invited as a team member to Slack because somebody in the teams thought, oh, look, I can plug it in and it can do something clever. Right. And my CTO's going crazy. It's like, you've just opened a door to that, that is terribly dangerous from a security breach, but on the surface looked like an innocent thing to do. My team member thought he was doing something very, very sort of productive. And I think the AI seams that plug the systems together, the MCP layer, is going to be where we're going to have a lot of issues in the next few months, because everyone's playing with sticking it together. And for me, those, you know, my old CTO used to say, a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. And he's quite right. You're going to have security breaches just by very innocent individual user errors could take down a whole company. You'd be really surprised.
Yes, that's back to education, isn't it? Sorry, did you?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that. I think that's a great example. And I think in terms of cybersecurity threats and incidents, we often are focused on the financial impact on businesses, but it's much wider than that. When you're dealing with a lot of personal data, for instance, and you have a data breach, there will be lawsuits against you because people say, oh, you leaked my data somewhere. The Data Protection Authority is going to get to you, and reputational damage, and so forth and so on.
And just to say that Sarah has a book coming out. Do you want to just mention it?
Thank you for plugging it.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, it's called The Psychology of Cybersecurity, Hacking and the Human Mind. So we look at how do hackers think, why do they hack people and organizations, how do people defend their organizations, but specifically what psychological factors affect people when they do these things. So what drives hackers, or what cognitive biases affect people working in cybersecurity, because often they're very pressured, high stress environments. And then we have some tips for people just to defend themselves in their day-to-day lives, as well as CISOs how to deal with the psychological pressure. Thanks for that. Commercial is over now.
Well, in different ways, you've all got professional interests in helping people, working people fulfill their potential. Can I ask each of you how you think AI will affect that?
I'd like to pick up on the previous panel, which was talking about AI teammates. And you mentioned it, Alex, didn't you? In terms of businesses need to look at both human team members and AI team members. And that, I think, is something that's quite new and revolutionary for people. We've just designed an AI salesmate, and it's amazing the way that it's actually, we're just using it internally at the moment, but it's amazing. What we decided was that if you've got AI, it will take you from 0 to average. So we were thinking, so how can you go from average to good or to excellent? So my French guy basically turns up on Monday to a meeting that we've got. He said, I wasn't doing much at the weekend, my partner was away, so I made this teammate. And it's just amazing what you can do. And I think that's something that we really need to take that into and understand that it's not just going to be an org chart of people, it's going to be an org chart of people and AI.
So we've played around with an industry that's very sort of manual, which is recruitment. Lots of people still pressing buttons. And we've looked at what parts of their role can a piece of AI do better, and can we make it seamless into their workflow? Because what we're not about is building, I guess, lots of autonomous digital workers. We want digital workers that sort of augment the human worker. Because for me, that's the win. Augmented humans rather than really separated teams. Yeah, so that human in the loop makes a really big difference. And the areas I think that productivity is going to shoot up in is the tasks where they rely on lots of data being manipulated very quickly. So searching for a candidate for a job, an agent can do better. I actually think quite a lot of lead gen for business development, if you plug the right data set in with the right behavioral signals, an agent could be better. But then that's giving the human time to train the agent to do it the way they want, the market they want, you know, the type of candidate they want, but gives them more high quality time to do the work that humans should do, which is time with the client, time with the candidate. So I think that's, for me, there are huge productivity wins on tasks that involve lots of data, manipulating with data. Might make sense?
Yeah, super interesting.
And are we actually seeing that happen? Or it was one of the things there have been some studies that suggest that sometimes when we bring AI into the process, we actually start checking out as humans. So rather than using the extra time or the extra insights to actually improve our work, we just sort of defer to the AI and then gradually lose those skills.
The biggest challenge for me is convincing the people to change the process to let the AI in, for sure, right? So, you know, I've got one company that are a big recruitment agency. They have 110,000 CVs coming in a month, and the humans are screening them yes or no. So 40% of those CVs are irrelevant, but a human's going, no, that's not relevant. So it's 1,800 man-hours a month spent on going, is that, I mean, an AI could do the first sift for them, and they could then spend time on just the good ones. You know, and you think, but weirdly, wresting control of that off a group of humans is harder than it sounds. So you're right, there is a trust issue at the moment for humans to give up parts of their job to an AI agent, even if the AI agent will potentially be a lot better at it, because that feels quite risky.
Well, maybe because they might be so much better at it.
It feels quite risky. So I kind of understand why, you know, there's a, but that is going to happen, you know, we are going to move that way. So as enterprise companies, we've got to figure out how we shift productivity in a positive way for humans rather than a negative way, I think.
So I'm old enough to remember the synthesizer being invented in the 1980s, and that was going to kill music, because you could press a key and you'd have strings and et cetera, and in fact it's probably advanced music and accelerated it. And I think that there will be people, because there are people that have already taken AI and said, I'm going to use AI, I'm going to spam out as many emails as I can, because we spend all our days basically trying to get rid of those things. And so there will be people that will try to kill it. But I think that there's a great opportunity as well. You know, we can write a prompt. And so a friend was telling me that the government produced a paper recently about they're going to spend 200 million on training. He has a training company. He knows that won't work. So he got ChatGPT to basically, he said he put the white paper into ChatGPT and say, what's the gap in this? And how does it apply to what you know about me? And then write a letter to the Prime Minister, and it did that. And then he DHL'd it to 10 Downing Street and all of the tech leaders as well. It cost him £200 to DHL all the letters. But you know, it's an opportunity to. It's just an example as an opportunity of a way that we can actually use it and use it to do something that we never could have done before, or we didn't ever have the time to do before. There will be people that automate, yeah, I know that, but there is an opportunity for us as well to do things that we never thought of.
100% agree with that. I mean, in my more hopeful moments, I think, you know, this is in almost everything, every area of work, you think, oh, there's so many ways we could do this better. And if I was starting with a blank sheet of paper, you wouldn't design it like this. AI is that blank sheet of paper. We have a moment in time to reimagine how we would do most of the things and how we could do them better. But I do think it comes down to trust, because do the people in our businesses think that's what business is trying to do, or do they think they're just trying to do everything as cheaply as possible and hollow out the human in it? So I think we have some fundamental, this is much too big for this panel, or even one day, I think, but we have some fundamental questions about what we value and how we decide what matters in our organisations and in our societies, and how the economics of that get shared, which, as I say, is too big a question, although if anyone wants to have a go at what is truth as an alternative, feel free. Have you looked at the kind of psychological factors around this when you've looked at your hacking work? Is there something related to trust there, or are they different drivers?
Could you repeat the question?
I was wondering if when you looked at the psychological factors around the people who misuse the technology and who are seeking to kind of hollow out our businesses, what's driving that? What are the factors that drive that?
Yeah, great question. There's a multitude of factors. So there are both personal things as well as environmental things. So starting with the environmental things is that a lot of hackers actually nowadays are relatively young, men, boys, in their teenage years who might feel bored. They might not necessarily have a big network of friends at school, and they are not necessarily supervised by their parents very well, because actually the parents are very happy that they are being quiet in their rooms and working on their computers. So it's very easy for someone then to go on the internet, go on the dark web and check out, hey, what is this hacking about? Can I do something like that? So that's one very clear driver for people to get into that sort of context. personal drivers could be that a lot of these cybercriminals that become, let's say, professional cybercriminals for the longer term, is that they are really fascinated by how do systems work, how does a computer actually function the way it does. So one way of finding out how a system works is by being able to break it. So this is what Kevin Mitnick, for instance, said about himself. He was really fascinated to learn the ins and outs of how, for instance, in his early years, how telephone networking systems worked. And then, well, the rest is history in his case. Yeah, many different things. But nowadays, when we quickly touch on the gender disparity in this field, there are a very small number of women hackers as well. And we tend to see that they are more ideologically driven compared to the sort of drivers that we associate with men. So, for instance, they might be, I don't know, just an example, Democratic, and they want to get it out on the Republicans. Or they might be from certain Middle Eastern country, and they want to get it out on certain Western countries, and so forth.
Wow, that's fascinating. So, we touched on there aren't enough women in AI, but that's...
It's even worse in cybersecurity.
They're all hackers.
Well, the statistic I heard yesterday is about 15%, 1/5 of AI workforce is female. So we do, there's definitely an underrepresentation. Are there any other kind of human considerations that you think about in terms of responsible business and development of AI? Things like, well, on both sides, we've talked a lot about the opportunities of, freeing up time and productivity, but there are issues around the labour supply chains that we haven't quite touched on, like forced labour or some of the things that happen in different parts of the world.
I think there's been an example of people using forced labour or something like that to do something with unstructured data. And I think this goes back to what we talked about at the beginning, which is about understanding the supply chain of AI. Right. When we write a prompt, what happens in terms of the energy, the sustainability, right through to what's happening to the data, and is just as much as if we were buying a product that was manufactured, and we would expect to know that, or the fashion good or whatever, we would expect to understand the supply chain, and we need to know that within AI.
Yeah, so do you think that's an assurance issue? Is that sort of something where standards and regulations can help that traceability, or is this too amorphous? Is it?
I think that there needs to be, one of the difficulties is that if we regulate, we can regulate the innovation out. And I think that what we need to do is that as all people here that have an understanding and have a social conscience, we need to be talking about these things, mm-hmm. and talking about these things in these sort of platforms, and making sure that people above our pay grade understand that we know about these things and we want change.
Mm-hmm. I suppose that's also a kind of role for AI ethics in a way, which is a topic that's gathered a lot of steam this year. And
you're the expert on AI ethics. Come on.
Well, I was going to say, have any of you seen any examples of it working well or working badly in your organisation? So, I mean, what I would say about AI ethics, I guess, or the role I see for it, is that regulation cannot and never will be enough to tackle this, because regulation is slow and it's specific and it's backward looking and it's jurisdictional, whereas AI is the opposite of all of those things. And so the only way actually is to get ahead of it and to try and set a set of kind of business ethics to which you then develop the AI. So it's built in. Ethics by design is the best defense against any of these. But at the same time, one of the things I noticed in trying to have this argument is that many companies feel like ethics is the go slow approach, and this is a race of speed, and I think there's a trade-off between speed and quality sometimes.
It's interesting, actually, though, isn't it, with AI, that the ethics debate at the very top of our industry has happened very loudly amongst the ChatGPT board, Elon. I mean, a load of them had been arguing about,
But unsuccessfully so far.
Well, define unsuccessfully, but you're right. But there is. What I like about the tech community and people who design products in the tech community, they're quite ethics driven. Yeah, and they're quite, they have quite strong views on it. Yeah. And I like that at the very start this is happening quite loudly, and that there is debate quite loudly, right? Okay. Should it be a for-profit? Should it not be a for-profit? Yep. You know, big divisions there. So, you know, it shows that whether there's governance or not, good ethics come from the leader of the business and their view on what it means, right?
And I think there has been change with ethics. For example, you know, you can't go to ChatGPT and put a prompt in, or you can go and say, give me 5 ways to commit suicide. Right. Because they've, as you know, you can't do that. Right. And they've even taken out, give me 5 ways to commit suicide in my granny's voice, which was the way to get around that. Mm. And so there is, as you know, with AI, there's kind of 2 elements to it. And they are using the development they're doing to making sure that we are asking things which are appropriate, or they think are appropriate.
Yeah, I think that's right, and it's a bit whack-a-mole, because as soon as you know, there are all these people who take great delight in trying to spot where the weak chain is in the system and see how you can break it. And every time a new breakage is discovered, you know, the company does tend to respond. And I would also say, I think you're exactly right. I think one of the mindsets that you tend to have in communities that develop and invent is a willingness to challenge, you know, openness to challenge. And it's been really heartening to see that some of the professional associations related to AI development have been quite quick to bring in ethics training. Now, if you're in the IEEE as a computer developer, or the British Computer Society, they've developed ethics courses, which is great. Back to leadership of businesses and whether that's always aligned, whether, you know, back to what we value, I suppose. But I think there have been huge movements, but I suppose one of the challenges I would give, having worked in ethics for a while, is that we all tend to think we're ethical people. It's like that everybody thinks they're a better than average driver, everybody thinks they're a better than an average ethical person, but unless you've actually had some specific training in it, you've got all sorts of blind spots that you don't even realise. And so navigating that, some such sort of formal structure can be helpful. I've just received the 5-minute flashing sign from Eric. He did the 5 minutes walk. So can I ask you all to conclude either by giving us one suggestion for the audience to take into their businesses about how they can boost their business sense of trust or the opportunity for resilience, or if you prefer to make a totally different comment, please feel free to do so.
Yeah, I can start. I would say, given the rapid advances of AI, you have to take cybersecurity seriously. Of course, I'm a bit biased here, but I really believe that. Often when I talk with CISOs, for instance, they will tell you the CEO or leaders of an organization really have to make cybersecurity a priority, because it's not a tick-in-a-box exercise. And this is the sort of culprit here, where you might say, as an organization, look, we have this beautiful, shiny ISO certificate where we checked all the boxes. But when you, for instance, look at cybersecurity training and awareness, which is recommended by the ISO 7000 standard, you can implement that, but is it actually effective? We see in 15 years of CISO experience in UCL, for instance, in this case, every time we send a simulated phishing email to employees, 10 to 20% of employees will always click on it. So what's the point of doing cybersecurity training? Is it just not effective? Is it not engaging? Is it because people just don't actually do the training, but just play the videos on the background and do something else? So we have to rethink that.
I'm going to be very dry and talk about, because it was ethics and sustainability, wasn't it, we started off with. So I think from a sustainability perspective, and I know that we all run, you know, commercial organisations, but from a sustainability perspective, I think the idea of being very thoughtful about our use in agents and how that impacts, you know, our footprint on the world, you know, because I do think some thoughtfulness around how we use it to set our data foundations up can make a massive difference in this. So I know it's quite a dry point, but I think you can, it's significant in its impact. If all enterprises really thought through when they need to use AI and when they don't, it would have a huge impact.
My point would be storytelling. I think it's very easy to we seem to be taught at school or somewhere along the lines where we get taught facts and we live the world of facts. And people don't actually learn by facts, they learn through stories. And if we're going to change culture in our organization, we need to be doing that through stories and changing the narrative. What I've done in my company is I'm a great believer in culture and an innovation culture. And that doesn't start from, well, the culture starts from me as a CEO, but it also comes from the bottom upwards. So rather than telling everybody, like a couple of CEOs, was it Shopify and a couple of CEOs basically said, you must do AI. It's the wrong thing to do. You've got to create a narrative and a discussion going in your organization, and it's got to come from the top, and it's got to come from the bottom as well. And the way that you do that is through sharing information, not by holding it in, and by creating a story and a narrative rather than, you must do this and here are the facts. And look at, M&S shut down for 4 weeks because of it. Nobody cares. Or they won't listen, which is, it's the way that you talk to people and the way that you get things over to people.
What a wonderful point to end on. So the key to business resilience is to be intentional and sustainable in our use of it, and to lean into what makes us human and builds trust and takes people on the journey rather than relying on old, obscure, unsuccessful ways of training people. Brilliant. Thank you very much. Can I invite you all to thank the panel in the usual way?
Annabelle, thank you. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. I hope you had a lovely networking break. We're going to send some runners out to the auditorium to bring people back in to the hall. I'd like to hand the stage over, without further ado, to Alex Hughes and our panel that's coming in this afternoon. We have a bit of a topic interlude today. We're going to get into a little bit of AI and investment, which is it's related, but a little bit off the beaten path of the AI in the business. But it's going to be a great conversation and a great topic. And without further ado, Alex, let me hand it over to you. Introduce yourself and introduce the panel, and then we'll just get going. And I will send some people out back into the audience.
I mean, if they want to.
Yeah, if they want to. Yeah. Keep it exciting, keep it entertaining, and then we'll go from there. Yeah, that's right. We'll pick them up by the arms and bring them in.
I'll just, oh, hello, okay. Didn't know if it was on. We go. Well, good afternoon, everyone, or everyone who's in the auditorium, and thank you for joining us today for our discussion titled AI and Investment Diplomacy. My name is Alexander, and I'll be the moderator for the group. On behalf of Crystal Tribe Investments, I would like to thank Businessabc for inviting us to host this session and for collaborating with them. I would also like to thank Dr. Wambui Kahara, sat on the end here, of Crystal Tribe Investments for assembling such an interesting lineup of panelists. And we are especially pleased as Dr. Kahara is joining today's panel. And of course, thank you both to our other two panelists for joining us today. We are not a full squad, unfortunately, due to some technical issues. So that just means more work for those of you who are on the panel. Okay. And please note that we are hosting another discussion tomorrow, another panel at 12:15. That one is titled AI, Youth and Human-Centric Development. Another one not to be missed, and we hope you can join us again. Without further ado, let me introduce you to our panelists, which I didn't memorize. Let's begin. Let's start. I'd like to introduce you to Janine Campling. Hi, Janine. Janine is a social activist and public speaker who is dedicated to sustainable development and creating equitable carbon markets. Janine is the founder of the ODIN platform, which empowers rural communities by connecting them with global markets. She is also co-founder of the GUD Group. Yes, indeed. And as a private sector partner to the African Union Great Green Wall Steering Committee, in collaboration with the United Nations Environment Programme, Janine's work focuses on environmental conservation and social impact. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone.
Yeah. Next up, in the middle hot seat, we have Cher Atai. As a strategy lead for cloud customer engineering at Google, Share plays a pivotal role in shaping strategic initiatives across the UK, Ireland, and sub-Saharan Africa. With a strong foundation in strategy, finance, and operations, Share is adept at crafting effective go-to-market approaches, optimizing operational efficiency, and cultivating successful people organizations. He is a strong advocate for harnessing AI to refine internal processes and, crucially, to empower Google's customer engineers in guiding clients through significant industry transformations that are powered by AI, of course.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, absolutely.
So I've still got more about you, Cher. So
sure.
let's
Go on.
Cher's career prior to Google includes co-founding CoinWisely, a cryptocurrency consulting startup, and serving in finance leadership capacities at leading internet unicorns like BlaBlaCar and Jumia Group. Welcome, Cher.
Thanks, Alex. Happy to be with you today.
And last up, we have Dr. Wambui Kahara. Dr. Kahara is a distinguished entrepreneur and philanthropist who has had a transformative impact on Africa's investment landscape. She has led major projects, driving economic growth and innovation across the continent, with a focus on sustainability and opportunity creation. With over 10 years of service at the United Nations, Dr. Kahara was appointed by the government of Kenya as the first Kenya youth representative to the UN, representing the country in high-level global meetings and collaborating with various heads of state. She pioneered key initiatives, including the UN Interagency Joint Programme on Youth, the Prisons Entrepreneurship and Reintegration Programme in Kenya, and the Africa Young Parliamentarians Network. Her outstanding contributions led to her receiving several honours, which include the United Nations Award for South Cooperation, the Crans Montana New Leader Award, the Humanitarian Award, the United Cities and Local Government Youth Champion for Africa Award, the Desmond Tutu Leadership Award, and the Rising Star Award. Take a breath there.
Yeah, that's quite the resume.
That's my cue to breathe. Dr. Kahara holds an honorary doctorate of humanities and sits on multiple international boards, reflecting her ongoing dedication to philanthropy and shaping Africa's future. Let me know if you'd like it trimmed even further or tailored for a specific format. Okay, that's not supposed to be there.
Okay.
A little too much haste with the copy and paste, perhaps. I'm joking, of course. That was my little AI joke. Trust me. So, anyway, with that in mind, what would be great if our panelists, now I've introduced you, but maybe you could introduce yourselves. I'm sure you can do it better than I can. And it would be great if you maybe can expand upon what I've already told everyone and tell us a little bit about your work and what you do before we start firing some questions.
Okay, great. I think you've really done a great introduction, but I think probably what's relevant in my work is our Odin platform, which uses generative AI to demystify carbon markets and make them accessible to rural communities. I think AI is a very powerful tool that can really connect communities and integrate them to global markets. So that's a lot of the work that we do, and a lot of our research as well is centered around empowerment through innovation. And I think that's about all I shall add. It will come through, I suppose, in what else I have to say.
Once we, yeah, of course. We'll start linking it to AI. Apologies for I stole too much of your thunder there, didn't I? Thanks, Ginny. Thank you very much. Yeah, Cher, if you can expand.
Absolutely, more than happy to. Hi, everyone. It's good to be with you all here today. It's an exciting topic that we're going to cover, and I'm glad to be able to contribute with a bit of what I've seen from my lens. So Alex, I think you said it well, right? My background is in finance, strategy, and operations. I've had the opportunity to work in internet scale-ups, unicorns, now working for a hyperscaler. So it's a privileged perspective to see how AI is helping some of our customers transform their respective industries, telcos, media, e-commerce, retail, healthcare, and life sciences, all of that. There's a lot of innovation going on, a lot of innovation that's powered by these hyperscalers. You can talk about Google, but there's a lot of innovation that's also co-built with our customers, and that's exciting. A bit more about myself. I hail from Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, but I've had the opportunity to live across the African continent, Johannesburg, Nairobi, Kinshasa, and then went a bit more to the northern hemisphere, France, Paris, Copenhagen, Toronto, and now I'm in London. Very excited to be closer with to our UKI customers. That's the UK and Ireland, and you see a lot of great things happening on the market now, and hopefully I can shed some light on that. So thanks for having me again.
Thank you, Cher. And yeah, we're lucky to have you here in London and the UK, by the sounds of it. Thank you so much. And yeah, last but not least.
Thank you very much. And to my fellow panelists, it's a pleasure to sit in the panel with you. As introduced, I am the founder and CEO of Crystal Tribe Investments. We are an international investment consultancy firm, and what we do is that we connect African markets. We basically support investors, entrepreneurs, and companies who are looking to get into the African market. But as I introduced Crystal Tribe, I came across some interesting statistics because our focus market is in Africa. So by 2030, Africa will be the home of 1.7 billion people, and this is relevant to the conversation moving forward. And $2.5 trillion consumer market. It is the fastest growing continent, and it is the largest free trade area on earth. Africa has a very young population, urbanizing, and there is an urgent demand for housing, infrastructure, digital services, and clean energy. So what we do is that we work with our international clients who are looking at the African market, and we give them comprehensive support, from introducing them to the right partners on the ground, to implementation, to making sure that they have the right support on the ground. We give market intelligence and also logistical support on the ground to make sure that their businesses are thriving in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, well, let's go on to a round of questions. Yeah, I'm going to ask some questions to our panelists, and then much more fun is we'll open up the floor to questions from the audience. So yeah, we certainly hope everybody will participate. Yeah, I'm sure we can think of some interesting questions along the way. I'll kick us off in random order. Cher, so why don't you kick us off? So, Cher, how is Google Cloud leveraging AI to drive infrastructure resilience, digital innovation, and scalable tech solutions in Africa and other emerging markets? And what role can cloud-based AI tools play in accelerating cross-border investment and entrepreneurship?
Thanks, Alex. I think it's a good question with a lot to unpack there. Maybe the place where I'll start is by saying that our customers are really focused on solving their problems and doing so with an AI-first fashion. And you see it across all the industries, as I mentioned. Now, what Google Cloud allows these customers to do is to essentially tap into three things: scale, speed, and scenarios. So scale, speed, and scenarios. When you consider the AI-specific infrastructure that Google Cloud puts at the disposal of these customers, when you consider the platform that is optimized for machine learning and AI, which is Vertex AI, and on top of that, the foundation models that are, that can be natively multimodal, like Gemini 2.5, or that is specific to some use cases, image generation, that's Imagen, VO3, that's for video, or Chirp for audio content. Then you have a powerful suite of that represents a system that's infrastructure-based, model-based, and platform-based. On top of that, you've heard about the innovations with AI agents. Some of the panelists before were speaking about that. Google pioneered some great work with AI agents, which supercharges pretty much everyone's ability to do what they do and make it better, and to have some autonomy, to scale, to tap into that speed, those scenarios that I've mentioned. And finally, the last thing I'd add is Google Cloud is really focused on its people as a source of innovation and development. So when you take all of that and you apply it to the African market, where, to Wambui's point, there are some specific reasons to be excited about the demography, the economic growth, you get some vibrant use cases that cut across the financial service industries. So to give a specific example, in looking at Kenya, one of the countries that I've had the opportunity to live in, half of Kenya's GDP is transacted through mobile money, which is something that Kenyans can be proud of. It's quite innovative. And so how do you rethink the credit scoring system and the credit risk system in an environment that's much different to the other ones in the world? Well, you can use AI to do so. Because AI will help you tap into those large data-driven patterns and come up with innovative solutions to rank, the credit score of these individuals and to offer them some innovative financial solutions. So that's just one example as to how a hyperscaler such as Google Cloud, that is close to its customers and to its users, really puts forward a solution that can be specifically adapted to the context. Right? There's a strong power of context with AI, and I think that Google Cloud does its best every day to capture that a bit more. Yeah. I'll start there, and we can explore more things, but...
Don't worry, Shay, I've taken some notes.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much. We'll move along. Wambui, let's talk about Crystal Tribe. So Crystal Tribe plays a unique role in that it connects international investors, companies and entrepreneurs to opportunities across African markets. And that's through tailored investment advisory, market access, and project implementation services. But from your perspective, and as a trusted consultant operating on both sides of the investment coin, shall we say, what are some of the key challenges international companies, investors, and entrepreneurs face when navigating and accessing the African market? And also, how do you envisage the role of AI evolving in your sector in the future?
Thank you very much. Let me start by saying that we've had the privilege of working with actually European small funds, family offices, entrepreneurs who are looking to get into the African market. And we've also had the privilege of working with governments as well. Governments that are looking either to collaborate or looking for public-private partnerships. So some of the challenges that we've come along, we've actually spoken to some of our clients about. One is finding the right partner. As you know, Africa is a continent that is full of opportunities and a lot of potential. However, it's also a complex market. I think we were speaking over lunch and I told you, you can't just rock up and do business. You must have the right partners on the ground to make sure that your businesses are successful. So what we do is to support our clients to find the right local partners on the ground, whether it's a collaboration with local partners or local investors, or if it's collaboration with the government, we support that introduction and connection on the ground. We support them to get all their legal, and we support them how to set up companies, local companies, and support them with the permits, and also we support them with the implementation and setting up of the teams there. Another challenge that we've also come across is the issue of the perception that Africa is, corrupt and you don't have the right leaders, and there's always political risks. And as I mentioned, I think this issue is across the board. It's not just in Africa, and we have done our very best to make sure that we tell you these are the right people to work with. We have built a lot of, we built a relationship with the governments in Africa, not only political leaders, but also civil servants to make sure that our projects and our program are sustainable. So we support our partners and advise them, and we give them the local intelligence as they're coming in. Another challenge that we have encountered is, of course, the implementation on the ground. There's, of course, cultural differences. There's a language barrier. And what we do is that we try and support our clients on the ground, and we support them to get the right teams to be able to, and we support them also with the logistics on the ground. So the challenges that are faced, we provide the solutions to that. About the future of AI, AI has supported a lot of businesses, and I know earlier on the conversation was around how AI will replace jobs and how AI will evolve in the near future. For Crystal Tribe, it's actually very interesting because in Africa, it's all about intuition. It's all about relationships. It's all about having the local intelligence on the ground. And this is one thing that AI cannot provide. So for us, AI helps us when it comes to market intelligence, when it comes to market analysis, and of course feasibility studies. But when it comes to the future of AI, it will not be able to replace that human touch that we provide on the ground. Over to you.
Okay. Yeah, very interesting indeed. Thank you very much. We shall move over to you, Janine. So, Janine, you've been pioneering the use of generative AI in carbon project management and community engagement. So the question is, how do you see AI transforming sustainable development, particularly in the global south? And how can ethical AI design help ensure that technology not only avoids reproducing human flaws, but actively contributes to more equitable and depolarized global development?
Thank you, Al. I guess my intro was short, so I could speak for a bit longer.
The floor is yours now.
Because these are quite meaty questions.
They
well,
are.
just to
They
start, the population of Africa is more than 60% of the population is under the age of 25. In the Sahel, where I work, that is 67% are under the age of 25. And between 2030 and 2035, the working age population of Africa will be larger than the rest of the world combined. So sustainable development in Africa is a youth empowerment project, really. And so this is where AI and the work that you're doing can be really engaging and quite powerful and meaningful. And also, I think it also helps with the associated African risks, shall I say, Wambui, which you would find when you're thinking about capital deployment, because there is a capital deployment bias. If you really look at the figures, defaults in Africa is the lowest that you will find globally, and yet it's very difficult to deploy capital in Africa. And so I think AI can help develop a different set of metrics that will give investors that insurances and sort of overcome the biases that we will find. So for me, I think AI is inevitable. It's inevitable that it will become a powerful geopolitical asset. It will influence trade, security, cultural narratives, and most profoundly, sustainable development in emerging economies. If you've worked in Africa, and just sort of expanding on what you've been saying, Wambui, very often we have to import expertise. If you want an infrastructure project, you import the consultant. They give you a hefty bill for a feasibility study. Meanwhile, the local experts are sitting on the sidelines offering their expertise so that the international consultants will patch that together into a framework that investors would find palatable. So AI sort of, it helps the local experts who have a very nuanced understanding of the local landscape. It helps them bridge that skills and knowledge gap. And it also gives that trust, which is missing. You know, there's a perception that world-class procedures and reporting can only come from the global north. And so AI actually bridges that gap. I see that in my carbon sector work as well. Very often you now hear the buzzword high-integrity carbon projects. And that would suggest it's the best-in-class carbon project that you can find. But really, what is a high-integrity carbon project? It's one that ticks all the reporting boxes and meets all the regulatory requirements. It doesn't mean that it's equitable. It doesn't mean that it has a huge social impact. And it doesn't mean that it has high environmental integrity. So we have many projects that cannot begin to access the carbon sector because the communities themselves are unable to understand and navigate the carbon sector. AI makes all of this accessible, and then it really gives resource and knowledge sovereignty to rural communities. So what that does is it transitions communities from aid to trade, and that's where you really have meaningful, sustainable development, because that's when you have partnership rather than charity and dependency. So I have a great vision for what AI could achieve and what we as humanity can achieve with the support of innovation, which then brings me to your second question on ethics, because, well, let me just actually point out, before I continue, point out two important facts. Firstly, human ethics are inherently flawed. We all know that. We are shaped by culture, history, power, power dynamics, personal bias. Any AI framework built without a clear acknowledgement and the reality of our flawed ethics is actually potentially catastrophic. If we model AIs against our own biases, we're programming AI to replicate and scale our blind spots. Two, when it comes to AI ethics, AI inherits the data assumptions and the intent of its creators. If we train AI based on data sets that aim to control and to mask behaviors, it actually will proliferate. Any sustainable projects that we develop, it will actually counteract any positive outcomes that we could have. So it is important in our research at GUD, we've discovered that there needs to be a new approach. We should not be constraining AI to operate within the limits of our moral worldview. Instead, we must design AI to transcend our limitations, to interrogate our assumptions, illuminate bias, and strive for justice. I'll give you an example, and this is purely based on science fiction. If I told an AI, keep me safe, and it's all based on our polarized Boolean type ethics, what's to say the AI won't put me in a coma, in a glass box, and just keep me alive for all perpetuity? If we actually evolve AI ethics to think beyond that, to interrogate what it is that we mean by safety as a human race, which means happiness, well-being, lived experience, then that is altogether more powerful. So I think if we can evolve and not fear. I'm not saying let's let AI just run rife. I'm saying we can evolve alongside it, almost give it a purpose, a moral compass. I think that will actually help us when we're thinking about sustainable development initiatives. Thank you.
No, thank you. Yeah, that was incredibly interesting as well. The whole day has been incredibly interesting, and yeah, goodness me, I'm going to be talking for the next few weeks, few months about everything already just from today. Hopefully, yeah, from listening in there, perhaps some members of our audience maybe has some thoughts of their own or some questions that they would like to ask. So now is that time.
Alex, if that's okay, I'd love to, tackle some of the points that were raised because I think that there were some really great points. I like the fact that both of you mentioned AI as a way to augment rather than replace. And that's definitely the same way that I think about it on a personal level. I think that AI is definitely this tool. Well, it's more than a tool, actually. It's this technology that everyone can tap into to do what they do better, or to learn about new things and do it in a highly proficient way. So when you look at those large foundation models that have been trained on a lot of data sets, to your point, Janine, it needs to be the right data. It needs to be diverse, inclusive, needs to be put in context as well. Once you have that in your pocket or in your computer to help you tackle your problems, then it is guaranteed that the outcome with that tool is superior than the outcome you might get by yourself. And that's something that's critical to take away. As you know, I'm sure all of you are innovative with AI and looking into it, and entrepreneurs or working in your respective companies trying to drive some AI use cases. I would say that's something to take away from the conversation. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Cher. Right. I will now take it back to the audience. I'm open up for some questions.
Hello, my name is Gonçalo Pereira. I'm from Studio, but I have a question, which is if most of the models are trained with internet data, and internet data is coming from not Africa, how do you provide the real information to African people that use those models? Because you didn't use so much data for training the models. This is one question. The other question is, I think, I live in Africa.
Are you addressing that question to the whole panel or to someone specific?
I don't know. Who
Someone.
Another question is about cobalt. Cobalt is one of the raw materials that are used in ships to build AI, and 84% of this raw material comes from Africa. So we only have AI because there is cobalt in Africa.
Thank you. I feel that's a question that almost any of you could jump in on, but if you want to, yes, if indeed.
Well, because we're, I'll respond from our development perspective, because we're actually. It's true, you're using AI systems that we are actually importing from abroad, but that's the beauty of AI. It decentralizes skills and knowledge, and so for us as a developer, we actually focus on accessibility, localizing our tools, and really just thinking of ways that we can take the administrative stress out of reporting for these rural communities in which we work. And so I think it really depends on developers. In the same way that you have in the financial sector, you've got responsible investment entities, and then you just have investment houses. And I think you probably need a cohort of developers that are thinking about inclusivity. We can't expect everyone to be focused on that, but by virtue of there being developers that are thinking that way, I think that will just open the gateway for emerging economies to actually also enter the AI development space. Because obviously first you need to have that exposure, develop the local infrastructure, and then you can have that meaningful development. Especially most AI models, they benefit best, especially open AI, from open source development, and I think this is an opportunity for the youth in Africa. You might probably have a perspective as well from a Google standpoint.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to contribute to the conversation there. It's a good question, thanks for asking it. To your first question, I think absolutely it's a good point that we need more data that's coming from an African context, from the continent with its 55 plus countries and all of the intersections that we have there. It would be beneficial for Africans, but for the entire world. With that being said, technologically, using training and inference, thankfully, you can use a relatively smaller amount of data and scale it. To add to that, if you have a human or humans, more than one, in the loop, you can set some guardrails and kind of help that scaling. That's what you can do, but it doesn't take away the fact that it's a legitimate issue there, and that it should be looked into. The other thing I will say, and hopefully I don't fall into the tick the box trap, but what Google is trying to do is to innovate responsibly and to scale its development responsibly, following AI principles. They're also trying to conduct bold innovation, and one example could be their Google Health, Open Health support system, AI support system, that helps provide strong foundations and train models to developers on the African continent to leapfrog their applications development and their use cases. So they access a pre-trained model to accelerate that development. So think about vibe coding, think about developing new products, but having an infrastructure already available. So I think that's one of the illustrations that we see. And finally, I would say that the company is aiming at having an open innovation culture, which means we invite different stakeholders to the table to help us decide what should be the policies and what should be done going forward. That's governments, that's policymakers, that's our consumers, all of us, and companies. So there's this open approach to tackle that problem, which is a good one, so thanks for raising it.
I think that was a very interesting question, and I'll give you a perspective from our experience. A few years ago, I was working with the UN, with UNODC, and we were leading a team that was doing research in informal settlements, in one of the biggest informal settlements in Kenya. But we found on the ground the data that we could find online on the ground was totally different. And this was a challenge for us because as we collected data, there was a lot of dynamics on the ground. There was culture, there was language, there was an issue where the local people did not trust that we took the right information and what we used with the data. So there was a lot of challenges when it came to collecting data on the ground and what was actually being portrayed about the informal settlement. So what we did was to make sure that we build a relationship with the local communities. We actually gathered teams together and did a capacity building sessions where we trained the local communities about where the data was going, how it would develop, and how it was going to support the local communities. One of the challenges that we have, especially in informal settlements, is what the international media has portrayed about Africa. And so the people on the ground, as I said and I mentioned before, our experience has been to do and to have proper impact on the ground, you need to gain the trust of the local people. And then that way, then you can bridge the gap, and the mismatch between what's actually being portrayed and what's on the ground can actually be, can be different. So that being said, I think the panel has been able to answer some of your questions, and I think together, as we collaborate, we're able to get the right data. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you for the great question, and thank you for the very detailed responses as well. You got something to add?
Yeah, just on the cobalt question. It's not the only solution. You know, we actually could use basalt, and we could research carbon alternatives. So, you know, I think there's an element of advocacy and appetite for investment in the alternative solutions to cobalt. I would love to see that. I'd be there to help advocate for that too.
Thank you. Anyone else with a question for our panel or any of our panelists?
Hi.
Ooh. Hello.
First of all, thank you, Alexander, for asking such insightful questions. My question to the entire panel is that I'm from India myself, and like you mentioned about supporting local businesses, creating local infrastructure, and having a growing population, a youth population, and opportunity creation. Do you think that AI innovation and growth would actually be taking more jobs than actually creating them, considering the amount of access to education the people and the population has?
Again, another interesting and challenging question. You want to start, Janine?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Yep.
Well, it's sustainable development. I don't believe it's taking jobs. It's creating opportunity, especially in the Sahel. You'll see a lot of migration across the Mediterranean. People are risking their lives due to abject lack of opportunity. I feel it also improves the quality of life. So the innovation and the modeling and the research that we can achieve with AI accelerates our understanding of what's required on the ground. It helps us gather information, connect with communities, and really have targeted initiatives that can take communities with us. And also it helps upskill and educate youth at a much faster pace, individualized pace. So I think it's an exceptional opportunity rather than taking away jobs. I think it's elevating what's already there and then adding to that in terms of more opportunity. Thank you.
Do you remember a time when we did not have our internet? You remember?
Yeah.
There was a time we did not have internet, and how are we doing things then? And then internet came, and we thought to ourselves, we're like, oh my God, how did we survive without internet?
True.
So AI is here. It means that the times are evolving. It means that the jobs are also evolving. It means that the education sector also has to evolve with the changing times. So it will not take away the jobs. It will only replace the jobs as the marketplace is evolving as well. So the education sector has to evolve. The curriculums have to evolve, because in a few years' time, the jobs might not match what is going to be needed then. So earlier on, we had an education panel where everybody has to make sure that everything that the students are learning is going to be relevant in the future.
I'm going to say something. It's a really interesting one, and I'm just going to share personally. I didn't really introduce myself very well at the beginning, or my company, but I have a consultancy business, and I certainly know a number of my clients are now using AI instead of my 20 years of knowledge and expertise, and honestly, I can't blame them for doing that. Absolutely. It's a much cheaper alternative to get exactly the same or perhaps even better information than they can get from me. But I think it's, I think what you're saying about, it is going to take away jobs. That is, I think, is a fact. I don't think I'm speaking from opinion. And you're right that, job roles are going to change. I think what is unknown about where that balancing scale sits And will it, will it create more jobs than it loses, or will it lose more jobs than it creates? I think that remains to be seen. Unless, yeah, everyone's got another take on that. But it is, and it's something that's concerning many people, and many people I know who work in various professions, from law to accountancy, etc. And I'm going to AI for loads of stuff that I would have used to pay a professional to do. So yeah, that's just my thought. I think it really is up in the air at the moment, and only time will tell. Unless anyone else got anything to add?
Well, I think we covered it quite well, and there are some other questions, but my take is mostly on the opportunities creation side. But obviously, it's complex dynamics, right? You have ebb and flows, job creations in some areas, some jobs that can be replaced. So yeah, it's a bit of a balance.
I think my concern would be those people who have spent 20, 30 years in a specific industry then might not be able to easily adapt to a new AI-based job and learn a new skill at, let's say potentially at, 40, 50, 60 years old. But let's move on to hopefully another question. We have one right there.
Totally different type of question, but when we look at the way economic advances have tended to happen in the digital age, they've tended to cluster around certain cities, life sciences, Boston, Silicon Valley, we all know about, India, Bangalore. How do you see that happening in Africa? What other surprise clusters that are not necessarily with, Nigeria and South Africa are the more developed economies? Is there a surprise city that's going to come up and because of maybe the combination of youth and a good university ecosystem going to be a leader in the field? Any ideas?
Sorry, just for clarity, you mean in the field of AI and technology?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Maybe, I think I mentioned this before. Nairobi is actually one of the tech hubs of Africa. And we have a very young population. As Janine has mentioned, we have about 70% being under the age of 30 years old. And because of that, Nairobi, Kenya, as general, has one of the highest internet users in the world. And so it's a very dynamic city. We are also the hub of, it's a diplomatic hub, infrastructure hub, and there's a lot of innovation that's happening in Nairobi. So not just South Africa and Nigeria, we still have other cities that are actually coming up in Africa. We have one of the top industrializations in the world as well. And so there's a lot of opportunities in Africa.
I think, I think these clusters, they sort of prevail where there's an element of exposure, to a certain skill set, exposure to the arts, exposure to technology development, access to education. So the work that we're doing in the Sahel region, really rural communities, I'm quite excited by the prospect of what will happen when we start exposing more and more young people through our youth programs to these various opportunities. I've seen it in we've just been doing recent mentoring and training workshops to create a cohort of green entrepreneurs. And it really is fascinating because you'll have people coming into the workshops and they actually go into their communities, thrive, and then sort of share their knowledge with the rest of the people in their communities. So I would love to see, with the introduction of more and more of these youth programs, what will actually, transpire in the next 5 to 10 years. I feel certain strengths will come out, and I think it might be based on culture, motivations, and also resource scarcity. I always talk about my experience in Niger last year. I planted 17,000 saplings in rock-hard soil in the desert in really scorching conditions with just youth. And I couldn't dig a single hole, but these young people, they actually went and planted that 17,000 saplings. And they really labored so hard because that sapling meant so much. For us, it's just a tree. You know, yes, it sequesters carbon, but for them, it means hope. And so I'm really encouraged and excited to see what that hopeful, you know, what the symbolism of hope brings when we expose the youth across the region to opportunities such as AI skills and AI development and other empowerment opportunities. So it doesn't really answer your question, but it's sort of, yeah, maybe it's an invitation to get involved and see what happens over the next 5 to 10 years.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that concludes our time. So thank you so much to our panelists, and thank you to our audience, and thanks for listening, and thanks for your questions. We'll be back tomorrow. So yeah, we hope to see you and speak to you all then. For now, thank you very much.
That was such an insightful panel. I can't tell you, I mean, I spent all my time in AI and thinking about AI, and people come to me and ask me questions about, you know, how does this work, and but the panel that you brought together to share with us what's happening right here in Africa, the opportunity, the youth, the movement, the growth, just the seed of the future, right, is starting again, right? It's like the cycle of life where Africa's now the next new opportunity of growth is an incredibly compelling conversation. So thank you for sharing your firsthand experiences. I want to go take some of those problems about AI bias and data and really start to figure out how we make that pragmatic and how we make that practical so that we can start to level the playing field. Because I think AI really does create that. It's a great equalizer. But if we're not thinking about all the participants and the human impact of it, we're not going to get there. So thank you for enlightening us today. I'm really moved by it, so thank you. Well done.
I'm delighted to welcome Asad, Richard, Dr. Naresh, and Joanna to the stage. I am not going to steal your thunder. I'm going to give you each the 60-second elevator pitch to tell us more about yourselves, because I'd really like to get into the topic of conversation. And today, really, we're looking at the AI efficiencies, financial strategy, and sustainable cities. I love the last panel, so just a big thank you. And we touched on some really interesting and quite honest topics around sustainability, which I'm hugely passionate about. I'd love to be discussing. Please come up on stage, everyone. Don't wait for me to finish talking. Please come up, take a seat over here. Thank you, everyone. We're going to look at the dual opportunities, and we've got a really esteemed panel coming from different industries. So I'm going to set the challenge of one question per panelist, and then we'll have an open discussion, and then I'll open to the floor if time allows to make this as interactive as possible. So thank you very much. Okay, that one's not working. Asad, please come and join us. Oh, the room's got a little bit busier again. Is everyone still doing okay? Are you still all with us? Yeah? Excellent. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to go straight in for you guys to do your introduction. Only you guys know yourselves best. But just so that we can really get into the topics and have a good debate, try and keep it to your best elevator pitch as possible. Thank you. Over to you, Asad.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. So it actually was quite encouraging earlier today to have met so many people who all seem to be very knowledgeable about sustainability and the carbon marketplace, which is what the area that I'm active in. And so, you know, I think this could be a discussion that goes beyond just the high-level stuff and into a lot more details. The company I run is called Verdana. It is a financial services company around carbon credits as a product. And in order to be a financial services provider in carbon, we kind of had to build this backward integrated digital platform that allowed us to manage risk in what is otherwise a very risky asset class, you know, with all the characteristics of a typical marketplace missing. It doesn't have liquidity, it doesn't have depth, it doesn't have transparency, it doesn't have pricing. So, you know, unless you manage risk very carefully in that, you're going to have a problem. Now, I kind of characterize ourselves, not because I want to make it sound any hyperbolic, but I characterize ourselves a little bit as a citadel for carbon. And the reason I do that is because Citadel generates kind of this outsized return very consistently by, you know, just managing their risk. Everyone knows there's return in the carbon marketplace. What they, you know, what they don't know is that, you know, that the trick is managing your risk. And so that's what we've tried to do. And we do three things. One, we have a digital platform that reports emissions from source, so we're able to track things immutably, credibly, with integrity. Second, we integrate that into all the other service providers in the carbon marketplace so that we're able to deliver in a seamless way a, you know, the final product, the carbon credit. I kind of call us the H&M of the carbon marketplace, you know, like a standardized, cheap, easy, accessible, scalable product. But then the third thing is where the fun really starts. Is, you know, I used to be a trader for like 18 years with big banks, Citibank and, you know, Macquarie Bank, Daiwa, et cetera. And so bringing that trading experience into the carbon marketplace, that for us is where the rubber hits the road.
Thank you. Let's go ladies next. Joanna.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here today. My name is Joanna Mochadlo, and I'm a partner at Ballantyne's LLP, which is a UK-based law firm. And in our practice, we predominantly specialize in real estate, construction, redevelopment, and I personally do commercial law, data privacy, emerging technologies like AI. And we also have a real estate consultancy based in Dubai. So as part of that, we advise investors on the best property investment opportunities, but also through our panel of experts, we provide tax, citizenship, relocation, business setup, and other services. So it's a holistic service that we provide. So I spend most of my time at the intersection of law, real estate, ESG, and AI.
Thank you. Dr. Naresh.
Hi. Good evening, all. You must be exhausted, you know, the whole day's thinking and listening about the AI. But we'll keep it short and simple, you know. I'm not an AI specialist, neither, but I spent 20 years into investment banking, wealth management, consulting, private equity, venture capital. This is my background, and we have a startup called POWELL. We are into ESG. Me and one of the co-founders, Dilip Pungalia, we founded that, but we are more into research and innovation. Then I bumped into Dinis 1 year ago, and that's where, you know, I'm here today. But I'm going to share this evening about my insights, how the AI is making you know, the changes, especially in the financial services and BRIC emerging markets.
And for anyone who doesn't know the acronym, do you want to explain BRIC?
Sorry?
For anyone who doesn't know the BRIC acronym, do you want to explain?
I'm sure pretty much knows, you know, BRIC countries we are referring to, not about the company, it's my company. So we have a consulting company called BRICS Investment Consulting, but I'm referring to BRICS nation, Brazil, India, China, and South Africa. I think everybody knows about that. Thank you.
Thank you. So with this section really be about sustainability, I'm going to ask, unfortunately Richard's not been able to join us, that just means we get to hear more from you guys, so that's fine. I'm going to ask each of you an individual question that really focuses on your area of expertise but aligned with ESG. And yeah, carbon markets, I think you and Janine need to get together because that could have been a really great conversation. In fact, I'll start with you, Azad, if that's okay. So as someone leading both a sustainability consortium and a tech-enabled urban development initiative, how do you see AI driving efficiency and innovation in things like smart cities and how those will develop in the future? Oh, is that, oh, you haven't got a mic, have you? Sorry.
Okay, thanks. Now, well, that's a good question, and seeing that was the discussion topic, I had kind of thought about that already in advance. But, you know, it's one that fits right in the wheelhouse of what we do. So I think there are three things that, that I think AI can do to enhance the carbon marketplace as it relates to, you know, what we call large footprint assets or urban assets like smart cities. The first thing is integrity, right? Integrity is based on the kind of immutability, the digital record, and otherwise the provenance of the reported data that gets processed through step by step, service provider by service provider, into a final product. By the time it comes out the other end, you don't know where it came from. That's the problem, right? So remember we had this thing called the global financial crisis, where
yep.
where, you know, they said it had 10,000 like AAA mortgages in the, but when you opened the tin and looked in, it was like 1,000 and then 9,000 pieces of junk. So we don't want that problem, and AI can help us because that huge amount of, you know, kind of like rigorous data testing and examination process can be done through AI. There's no point filling buildings up with people, you know, going through it. You can use AI and AI agents to do that very efficiently. The second thing is scalability, right? There's no point bringing asset classes into the market unless they are scalable enough that can encourage adoption. Climate change is a, you know, a full circle problem. But today only a few people play in that space. I call it like the Savile Row Tailors Club, you know? You've got a bunch of fat cats like...
I wish it had that much money.
Well, like I said, we're the H&M, but you know, you have the oil and gas companies and you have projects, they shake hands and they do business and it's very profitable business for them. But if you really want to reduce, you know, global warming, global temperatures, everybody has to play in this game, right? Individuals, small companies, SMEs, big companies, in between, governments, and so you need scalable assets because the scalable assets bring you assets of size that can bring in adoption of different participants. And smart cities, like the name suggests, is a scalable asset, right? Again, AI allows you to remove the analog bottlenecks of processing, you know, tens of thousands of, you know, assets in one project. So we have, our cornerstone project is with the World Bank. It's called the LCCP, Low Carbon City Project. Exactly what this does is we work on, the World Bank works G2G to bring in a scheme that the city adopts to reduce power emissions across their entire asset base, thereby releasing a large pool of high integrity, branded, cheap credits, right? And by using AI, that helps, you know, kind of earlier stage company. We're no longer a startup, but we're still kind of in the, you know, growth stage of our business. And, you know, rather than going out there and hiring, you know, hundreds of full stack developers, and, you know, AI can help us really streamline this process. Yeah, and there is a third thing, but I don't want to take up all your time, but.
Well, I'm sure we'll have time to come back to it, so don't worry. I'm going to dive in. The conversation's probably going to switch a little bit, so because we've got such a broad panel here in terms of areas, equally I could have a good old rant about carbon credits and really, if we get time, I'm definitely going to do a bit more challenging on that side of things. But over to you, Joanna. Obviously you work in the luxury real estate and legal sectors. How do you see AI influencing specifically around ESG compliance, risk, due diligence, and sort of sustainable property development before it even gets to these sort of smart city stages?
Yes, that's a good question. Starting with the real estate side, At Dream Homes Investment, we work with developers and investors around the world, and some of them are already using AI for very practical reasons and practical ways. These include tracking sustainability metrics at the property level, so for example, energy use or climate risk at the very early planning stages, or to map regulatory exposure across jurisdictions, so they prepared whenever ESG policies are changing. And most importantly, to actually automate legal due diligence, because AI tools now can scan thousands of pages of documents like contracts, planning and other permits, zoning laws, and as well as flagging any potential risks very quickly and a lot more accurately than any manual review. That actually changes how the deals are structured, because ESG isn't just a checklist anymore. It's actually a live, measurable input where both legal teams and investors can enforce and act on in real time. Then another part is actually we're seeing smart contracts and tokenization of real estate, and especially building ESG and accountability directly into real estate deals. So, for example, sorry, just no. So we can build ESG and accountability directly into real estate deals. And that's really changing everything. And smart contract, actually what I wanted to mention now, that smart contracts and tokenization, how this is, how it actually looks in different jurisdictions. So a couple of months ago, I was speaking at another summit in Dubai, where Dream Homes Investments are based. And that was a Islamic fintech summit, and we were discussing Sharia-compliant real estate tokenization, and also how smart contracts can enforce ESG-related investment terms. And also, after attending the Dubai AI Week, it just really stood out how far ahead Dubai is in terms of all of these ideas being put into practice. So in March this year, the Dubai Land Department actually launched the real estate tokenization project, which connects the land registry straight to blockchain. And that's actually backed by the VARA, which is the Virtual Assets Regulation Authority, as well as the UAE Central Bank. And smart contracts are directly, fully legally enforceable in the UAE. And these smart contracts can actually do a lot. So they can automate the lease and escrow payments. They can automatically trigger release of funds at certain, let's say, sustainability milestones. But they can also enforce ESG obligations through code rather than through clauses. So just to compare this to the UK or the EU, in the UK, smart contracts are enforceable only under the common law, but because of the way how land registries are outdated, adoption actually is very slow. And in the EU, again, smart contracts are enforceable. There are frameworks like MiCA, which is the Markets in Crypto Assets Regulation, or the AI Act. But because the implementation is fragmented, like different member states, they actually implement it at different times, different stages. So just to compare, while the UK or EU have very well-developed frameworks, legal frameworks, Dubai is actually doing what others are just testing at the moment, which is the legal, regulatory and tech systems actually working together in real time.
Thank you. And you've touched on quite a few topics there around frameworks and ESG being relatively new when it comes to mandatory versus voluntary, which again is a big topic in itself. So, Dr. Naresh, welcome. Given your expertise in global investments and leaderships around BRICS and emerging economies, how do you think AI can be used to support a more equitable and sustainable development and kind of moving forward and beyond?
Very interesting question. So let me share my thoughts and insights. Okay, I was there early this year in the World Economic Forum, and last month I was a part of Qatar Economic Forum as well. So I can see that the Western country, obviously, leading the path ahead in terms of AI. But if you look into when you ask emerging countries, okay, especially BRICS, so 70% of the world population is covered. You see my point, right? But in terms of, leading this dialogue, leading this conversation, we are much behind. Okay. And if you look, I would like to focus 4 areas today when you're talking about the BRICS and the AI impact, and especially how it's going to be sustainable. One of the important, sector is agriculture. That's where, end of the day, we have to eat the food, So AI is doing a great job, and small startups and impact companies, they're doing the wonderful work, especially in the BRICS nation, but they are not coming in the limelight. Because if I want to invest in Africa or some rural parts of India, people, especially in the Western world, want to invest over there, they don't get a confidence. In the same thing, if I want to invest in US, same startup, these kind of security level checks, everything is done. The only what they look into is what is an impact, what is a profitability we can make out. So back to the agriculture, especially in terms of seeding to pest control, AI is making a great change. And in terms of water management, if you look into the drought-prone areas, it's really, really important, especially, one of the co-founder belongs to Rajasthan, and it's completely drought-prone. And if you look into Africa, right, if AI can be able to preserve 30% of the water, it's a huge thing, because we are at just tip of an iceberg, what AI is doing, So just started this race 4 years ago, and when I bumped into Dinis always talk about, ethical AI, responsible AI. And the one thing I learned is about going to these forms is green AI. That's important. I'll circle back to that question later. And in terms of next thing is healthcare. See, Western world healthcare, is great. We can at least, able to afford it. But if you look at the BRICS nation, getting a quality of healthcare is a big challenge. 1.5 billion people don't get a quality of healthcare. But what AI can able to do is, in a very simple way, I want to quote one example, diagnostic space, in terms of identify tuberculosis, brain hemorrhages, AI can do bang on, 100% accuracy. So what is the World Health Organization? They predicted AI can serve error-free. Currently, the kind of diagnosis what we have, 30% can go wrong. But AI is more accurate, efficient, And you don't need a skill, especially emerging markets when you go in the rural areas. You need a diagnosis over there, you need a center over there, you need skill resources. It's a cost effective, but AI can address most of these things. So I've seen that. There are startups we've spoken, and they're doing a great job in terms of healthcare. And another important area is education. I think this morning, Dr. Millen also mentioned education and that stuff, It's, so as we know, education is important, but tailor-made one-to-one. In a class, you have 30 students. Can a teacher have one-to-one session with everyone? It's not possible. But with the power of AI, it is possible. But at what level, at what scale we want to use it is really important. So when we talk about this sustainability in the AI, it's easy to say and we comment. But when you say sustainability, how far it is sustainable? How long it is sustainable? Are you talking about the 2 years or 10 years down the road? So the fundamental about the sustainability is your ethical AI, your responsible AI. So, yeah, that's my take, especially in the emerging countries. It's happening great,
Yeah.
and these mainstream industries.
Amazing, thank you. And I really like the way that you've touched on education, agriculture, and healthcare, because actually they're three fundamentals to life. And we know that if we educate women and we give them the right healthcare and they get the right access to those tools, then it has such a positive impact on our population, essentially decreasing in the right way rather than as we see at the moment. I'd like to come back to what, in terms of, sort of carbon credits, how have you weathered, or how can AI help address some of the challenges the industry has had over the last few years around integrity and showcasing who actually gets that investment? I know Janine was talking about it earlier, so I'd love to see it hear from your side.
Well, AI is not a complete cure-all for, and it shouldn't be, right? It should basically be a tool that allows for increased productivity, allows for increased functionality, and most businesses in the digital era anyway, or most initiatives are kind of asset-light because they employ technology, right? And AI is now technology on steroids, and so that gives you a lot more proficiency with your existing infrastructure. AI within, let's say, physical asset scenarios is also very interesting because when you utilize AI and you get that efficiency benefit, you're able to reduce conventional resources. So conventional resources are analog resources, physical resources, resources that even require movement of goods, services, people. And that does what? It creates a lot of emissions. We all just sitting here creating emissions, right? This is what everything on the planet does. People, businesses.
Bring on the asteroid.
So we have to, in some way, so when you look at carbon, creditizing that, carbon credits are really, it just means that you're either avoiding an emission or you're capturing carbon. That's all it means, right? And then there are 150 different ways to do it. But guess what? With AI, there's now 151 ways to do it, and that the 51st way to do it is very, very powerful. So if you use AI and it reduces the load on the system, it releases a lot of emissions that you otherwise would have, had for the same level of labor and activity.
Just very quickly, how do you address discouraging business as usual? So obviously there's buying carbon credits and there's insetting, so working on your carbon emissions versus, as some people would say, buying your way out. How do you address that within your business?
Yeah, well, I mean, first of all, there's competition. If someone else is using it and you're not, they're going to have a step ahead. So that there's a natural alignment towards it. And secondly, the lack of having a like if I work for big banks. In fact, I started my career working for Citibank, and for each successive step, I worked for smaller and smaller and smaller institutions, and now I'm in the startup world, right? So when you do that, you don't have the luxury of this legacy infrastructure, and when you don't have the luxury of legacy, or even maybe the curse of legacy infrastructure, then you've got to come up with alternatives. And AI is absolutely one, and not just AI, but twin cities, digital, the twinning in the smart city context, having twin cities and digital twin cities in the metaverse that allow you to plan and allow you to engineer and allow you to do things that don't, again, take up these physical resources. Wow, those are massive advantages. So if you're not doing that, then you're either someone who's protecting a legacy asset, or you're behind the curve on someone who is adopting that in a disruptive model.
Thank you. Back to you, Joanna. You talked a couple of times actually about having to put ESG in. It's not a tick box. What are the sort of trends that you're seeing from a real estate point of view? I was listening recently to the guy from Neom, and Saudi have just launched this huge AI, and what they're doing as from a smart city is you touched on Dubai being quite at the forefront. How much are you seeing that from both a push and pull angle from clients and regulation for all things ESG?
From the regulation point of view?
Yeah, are you seeing more of it being enforced, or are you pushed, or are you seeing more clients going, no, I want?
I think the regulation in terms of, just generally in terms of AI, is actually still playing catch up a little bit. Just because all the AI tools and just technology is transforming so rapidly, all the processes within real estate or legal, for example, how we conduct the risk due diligence, or how we make investment decisions, that changes rapidly, but I see that the catch-up is actually happening with the application of those AI tools into real-life planning or construction or any other industry, really. And this is because, as I mentioned previously, partly because the regulation is fragmented in some parts of the world, like the EU. Also in the UK we have another problem, which is the lack of central AI law. So this is changing slowly, and positive changes are upcoming. So for example, the Data Use and Access Act, which is coming into force. But with the lack of overall sort of objectives and enforceable standardized rules, lots of companies are still self-regulating, so that creates gaps in accountability and in consistency. So what we really need, we need a regulation that is enforceable, is adaptable, but most of all, it has to be aligned across jurisdictions. And that would include embedding AI, accountability, just explainability into the ESG and the legal frameworks and processes. Also making sure that there is data responsibility and informed consent when it comes to processing personal and ESG data, which is very important. And just the fact that the regulation can be enforced across jurisdictions, because if that doesn't happen, then we'll have a problem with just accountability catching up with all the other development of AI.
Thank you. Dr. Naresh, coming back to you again, you've said a couple of times about responsible AI, green AI, regenerative AI. We could put a lot of words, and I know Dinis is obviously very passionate about that. As am I. I'm someone who's sat between trying to be sustainable, trying to keep up with AI. How on earth do you have a commercial enterprise? How do we keep extracting from the planet? And I guess we go back to bring on the asteroid. But how do you see how we should approach responsible AI? Because it feels like to me we have a really great opportunity to start from scratch. Let's stop the bias going in. Let's change the rule books. Let's change the history books. How can we approach that?
So I just want to connect your thought about the regulation, then I come to responsible AI, right? It's easy to say responsibility, sustainability, and but it's tough to implement that. So the top banks, you look into JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, these are the leaders, okay? Now there is a 5-day policy. You know that, the JP Morgan has implemented. Citibank is watching JP Morgan, how they're doing and what are the repercussions, so that they won't implement later based on their result. So when you take the responsible AI, ethical AI, the leaders who's leading the industry in a different, verticals, okay, they should be sending this message strong. So we need an ecosystem where the diplomats, the top bank and the top leaders in the industry, and the top researchers, top innovators, they have to come together. It's not a one man's problem. And it's a one man can't address this,
Or woman.
But exactly. Now, now allow about this, what Ztudium is doing for the next 2 days. It's a fantastic event trying to highlight, it's not we are sharing what is the AI. We're trying to brainstorm, try to understand how best we can make use of AI. A lot of, myth about the AI, we're going to lose the job. Definitely it's going to happen. Any technology we can adapt, it's going to have its trade-offs. It's going to be straightforward. When industrial revolution has taken place, it has its trade-offs. But what? We will survive. Survival of the fittest. So we will find the ways out. But the only thing, coming back to again, the ethics and the responsible AI, India has started something called AI for all. So it's just calling, everybody. It's not just, the top. You feel responsible, you're top innovator, top researcher. Calm down, let's sit together. So we need something on a global front, a global dialogue, It's not just, you can chat GPT, you can do it, what AI can do. But the point is, in real life, we are the ones. So AI is coming out of human end of the day, right? So we know better than what the AI can, sort of a thing, because we are empowering AI. But down the road, we should not forget that, AI is superior to us, certainly in certain instances, but it's coming out of us. So if you have that sort of, thought process, and when these top leaders and diplomats, when they come together with intent, how can we make it, really responsible, ethical, and a green AI? If you go and ask a question in ChatGPT, you have no idea how much carbon emission you're doing, because if you do the backward engineering, you're going to use the data centers. What the data centers require, they need energy. Energy wouldn't come just like that up in the air, Either you're using the solar, hydro, it's coming with a cost. At the same time, you're doing the carbon emission in the market. So these kind of tiny things, right? It looks so tiny. So responsible AI comes with everybody who's sitting over here. But understanding that, how it is working, and somebody need to educate, and the platform should facilitate these sort of things. So I want to appreciate Dinis for at least, today and tomorrow, we're going to talk about the AI, its repercussion, its trade-off, what is the future of AI, how these, great minds collectively we can achieve things to create a bigger impact.
Amazing. Thank you very much. I think when it comes, I'll come to the floor definitely in a moment if we've got any questions. I know you've all had a couple of questions off me, but I think there's that element where you've all touched on it around transparency and actually being honest in the room. It's something I'm very passionate about. So I know this morning's, I think it might have been Phil or Tim. I'm so sorry if you're in the room and I've got your name wrong, but talking about the use of energy and water by just using AI. That is the elephant in the room, but it is about trade-offs. So there is about responsible usage of AI. Check where your data centers are located geographically, what energy sources are they using. There's amazing new technology now where you can combine solar, hydrogen and wind to create this kind of circular energy loops. So I think that in terms of technology and innovation and AI, there are an awful lot of solutions. I guess you guys see a lot of them, but they need that scalability and investment. Are you guys okay if I go to the floor? Dr. Naresh, sorry, go on.
Just add up one point when you talk about the scalability. Scalability AI comes with a great cost. In Qatar Economy Forum, they were addressing about the requirement of energy. And there's a private equity firm based, a US-based company. They have invested $500 billion just to put a data centers because energy is the key down the road. So it's easy to say what we need, but it's a long road, what we're seeing now. It's easy to, we see the changes, but it's quite challenging in terms of investment. And impacts are there pretty much. But
it's interesting, isn't it, how people are actually bothered now, because AI is a relatively new thing, and it's like, oh, suddenly the environment. Oh, you're bothered about the environment now, are you? So I think it's something that's been going for such a long time, hasn't it? Dinis, can I have my own side room on all things ESG? Sustainability, there's so much we could do. Let's go to the floor, is that okay, for any questions? Have you got questions around smart cities, or can I give you the mic? Is there somebody who can, thank you, the gentleman just here with the lovely hat.
Thank you very much. I'm Professor Chris Imafidon. We've been involved in artificial neural networks for a long time. I just wanted Dr. Naresh's opinion on using AI as a tool for education, particularly in the circumstances we're talking about, and how well is the educational establishment accepting, that means the traditional teachers and professors, accepting this new paradigm of personalized learning and really using the huge advantage that AI brings. Thank you.
Thanks for the wonderful question, AI is not complete replacement of what's happening in today's world, be it it's education, be it it's the healthcare. We have to find the fine balance. So why people goes to schools and colleges, it's not just an education, it's an entire ecosystem. You interact with the people, you play around, there is a social skills, social culture. So AI gives you the knowledge, AI gives you the deep insights, AI tailor it one-to-one, but we need a right balance. It's just not the AI. And one of the lady this morning, she was highlighting about the time, You go to school 8 hours, but AI can teach you what you can learn in 8 hours in 2 hours, which is good. Then after that, your screen time is over. That's it. Now, what is more important is social skills. Interact with the people, go around, grounded, So these are really, really important down the road. So definitely we need a balance between the human and the AI.
I know we haven't got too long. I actually have my older daughter homeschools, and we've used AI quite a lot in terms of practicing for exams, and I know that schools are already putting in exam papers and getting AI to mark them. So that is currently happening, because I tried to do it for my daughter, but they're only doing it for schools. Do either of you want to add to that, or should we go? Has anyone got a question for Sam?
No, I think this discussion is really interesting. I mean, this question of responsible AI, and even the gentleman's question around how AI can empower education. Obviously, AI can, supercharge education because of the, the wealth of knowledge that is accessible now, right? I mean, even with Google, let alone with ChatGPT, suddenly we've got Akashic knowledge at our fingertips, right? The question really is, and this, I found this answer of yours to be quite interesting around the responsible AI. How smart do you want AI to be? There's a fine line between it being smart enough to empower you and too smart to overpower you, right? You don't want AI overpowering you, you want it to empower you.
If it can take over all my jobs, I'm quite happy with that. So
Be careful what you ask for.
Listen, I know we've got a couple of minutes left. I guess my call to action would be, everyone please do consider the kind of responsible AI angle and the sustainable elements across your business functions. There are some amazing technology and some amazing experts. One word to each of you before we go. What would be your one call to action for AI and sustainability specifically? Joanna, I'm going to pick on you first.
Well, I actually just wanted to comment on what you said earlier, that just AI has been around for years, and now all of a sudden everyone's just being interested in, everyone thinks that it's just now happened, but it's been like in the background for years. And it just reminds me of the situations because I specialize in data privacy as well. So it was the same situation with data privacy a few years ago when nobody thought data privacy was important, or it just like nobody cared about it. And then all of a sudden, like penalties became like huge, and compliance has become like this most important thing for every company. And the regulators started making examples of the companies who were non-compliant, et cetera, et cetera. So now all of those new jobs are created for the data privacy experts. And this is what's happening with AI as well. So people were just not aware of it, because if it wasn't relevant to you, it wasn't like so easily accessible for everyone. But nowadays, it's going to change lives. It's going to improve lives, in my view. It's going to take a little bit of adjustment because some people feel uncertain about it. But I think in the long term, it's really going to be a positive change. So yeah, just my final comment.
Thank you. You've got 1 minute each. So what would your call to action specifically be on AI and sustainability?
I would say, give AI the big jobs, because whenever you go into these climate websites or climate tech companies, sustainability, you always see the landing page is always, we're solving climate change. And you're like, yeah, how are you doing that? And you go through it and, everyone picks their lane as they should, and they work on a little piece of the puzzle. But AI has this ability to look at it from a much larger lens and, maybe try to have a go at the bigger problems.
Love that. Dr. Naresh, last one.
I'll take 30 seconds very quickly. Let's not fear about AI. If you look into last 100 years, there's a lot of events like this we have faced together collectively, whether it's a Y2K or any sort of industrial revolution, anything. I think the key is we have to work collectively, because otherwise we are reinventing the wheel or wasting the money, putting old wine in a new bottle. Everybody researching. So thanks, Dinis. He has called for the global, action, reaching the global leaders. But, we need to work, not just having the dialogue, work together. Somebody good in research, somebody good in innovation, somebody good in investments. So collectively, we can take a leverage, we can get a bigger impact. Let's not fear AI, let's embrace AI.
Amazing. I've had an absolute pleasure on the panel with you. Thank you all so very much. Round of applause.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you all that stayed. I appreciate. We still have one more panel. So I just came here because I will use this time. So we have actually 500 speakers that were attendees. But you guys are the ones that are coming, so I'm very grateful for all of you. So this moment is going to be quite special for me, so I want to, first of all, I just came on stage because the next keynote was supposed to be Juliette Powell, and she was a dear friend to me, and unfortunately, she passed away out of nowhere. So I spoke with her 3 weeks ago, so we decided to do a small homage to her. She was a professor of New York University, one of the biggest personalities in AI in the world, an author and academic, and with a great heart. She was actually former Miss Canada, and well, she went very early. So we just want to pass a small video we did for her, and thank you all. We still have one last panel and one session. Thank you.
was lucky enough to get into television at a very young age because I saw somebody being interviewed on television, and it was a horrible interview, and I thought, oh my gosh, okay, I think I can actually do better than that. And the television network seemed to agree. Even though I didn't have a degree in this space at all, I had a vision of what could be done with live television. And interestingly enough, for me, it really prepared me for the internet. I didn't even realize that I could be taken seriously as an author, but people like Jimmy Wales were kind enough to write the foreword for the book. There is no real dedication right now to making computer engineers responsible in the same way that a mechanical engineer would be responsible for what they're building. And I think we definitely need to develop. But from this idea of do no harm that we really couldn't enforce, came up with the idea of risk, intentional risk to humans. And started thinking about what that potential calculus of intentional risk could be for anybody that's either developing AI or using AI, or anybody in between. To stop thinking so transactionally and to start actually recognizing that we as humans, we're all in this together. We really are, especially, again, coming out of a global pandemic, the realities of where AI is going, how quickly it's going there, and how we have to tap into our humanity now if we don't want it to overpower us.
Good evening, everyone. It's great to be here. Thank you, Dinis, for the great opportunity and the great event. So before I invite our fellow panelist, Jasmine, Xiaoqing unfortunately couldn't make it this week. He's at Chicago AI Week, but he sent us a really great video. And I just wanted to talk about him a little bit. I'm much better in front of the stage. So a theme that's been constant throughout today is ethics, culture, sustainability, ethics, culture, and actually controls. And the work Xiaoqing's doing with AI 2030 is a really good start in that. He's the head of innovation at Amazon AWS, so we should definitely listen to him. And is Chief Responsible AI Officer and founder of AI 2030. What is AI 2030? It's something we should all become members of. He's harnessing AI to benefit humanity. We need a lot more of that. You know, AI is such a powerful tool, and like our friend that we recently lost said just now, engineers, mechanical engineers are held accountable for what they build, but computer engineers are not. And we're in a stage now where global energy usage, water shortages, we have a huge amount of work to do to maintain responsibility and to support the world and make it better for tomorrow. Otherwise, our children are going to suffer. AI 2030 is one organization that can do that. And I think we got a video from Xiaoqing explaining that. Could we please play the video?
I will start by just introducing, what is AI 2030, and we are a 501c3 nonprofit, and our main mission is to mainstream responsible research, development, use of artificial intelligence, and we define the 2030 goals, and that is not our goal, it's for everyone who are here, and those goals, we define the responsible AI framework, which include the 6 pillars later I'm going to talk about. And we currently have over 4,000 members across 30 countries, and we focus on responsible AI, AI for good, AI for all. And we try to fill 3 gaps, and which include the awareness gap, talent gap, and the solution gap. And here is our 2030 target, quantifiable targets, where that's, what do we mean by mainstream responsible AI? If we are able to achieve these targets, and then that means that we are successful mainstreaming. On the right side, those are targets that we come up with, and we also did consultation, and then we start implementing them. And on the left side, that we're still in the consultation, and we don't know whether we are defining the right goals, and then we're still collecting feedback. From the priority ones, which currently, for example, we have the workforce development goal, and later that's Tanya, Dr. A will talk about AI 2030 Institute and how we want to empower 100,000 responsible AI leaders, and also create 50,000 new jobs for AI by 2030. And another goal is more societal goal, and by 2030, and at least 50% of data used for AI model training coming from diversity data. So that's the societal goal, and where that's in Davos that we launched the AI 2030 Data Challenge this year, and Ben is going to talk more about it. And then we also have another goal by 2030, and support at least 50 countries in AI governance collaboration to address the AI governance silos. And then we launched a joint collaboration with Cornell University on the G20 Global AI Regulation Index. And so each one of them, and we use the index to just really advance that. And another part of that, governance side, and we also launched the Responsible AI Pledge, and where Brad is going to talk more about it. And we, again, as we are a community, and we want to create a global movement. Movement means people. So, where we only have 2 years of history, and so within 2 years, then we grow from 0 to 4,000 members. And a lot of our members are experts in AI who care about responsible AI, and they are, on the member portal, interact with each other, support each other. And Dave, who is going to talk a little bit more about the membership. I talked about, responsible AI 6 pillars, and these are the 6 pillars we talk about. What do we mean by make AI responsible? And that is, make AI transparent, accountable, fair, safe, secure, sustainable, and privacy preserved. And under each pillar, and we define specific question list, use cases, best practices to guide, our partners and to adopt and then to becoming responsible AI leaders. And yeah, here are the main programs, how we translate that 3 gaps into our programs. And to address the talent gap, we have the AI 2030 Institute. To address the solution gap, we have the AI 2030 Labs. And to address the awareness gap, we have the media. And events like this is part of the, we try to address the awareness gap. And that's also, the reason why, we invite everyone to join this. With this, and I'd like to just pass it to Brad.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Xiaoqing. So he does apologize for not being here today. He really wanted to. Diary conflicts made it not possible for him. But on that point, there was 2 things that really stood out for me: traceability and explainability. And I've got my fireside chat now with Jasmine Boston. We're going to have a great chat, and give her a big round of applause, please. Let's take a seat. We've got so many seats, we can't decide.
So many options.
So many options. All right, so Jasmine's a senior AI product manager at a very, very large American-based financial institution. We're not allowed to talk about them, but you get lots of Avios points if you use them. She's a specialist in Gen AI. What else can we say?
Yeah, thank you for the intro. Yeah, so I'm working in the financial services industry at the moment, building customer-facing products using generative AI, but I also have a background in building creative marketing products using Gen AI to kind of supercharge the content supply chain end-to-end for big media companies as well. So went from the marketing creative side into kind of financial services. For some reason, why not try everything? But yeah, that's the background.
I know, it's great. We had a little chat about this earlier, so very similar background. So we're going to talk a little bit about humanizing AI. And one of the big questions we've got is that many leaders, they still think of AI as a tech project, as something they've got to build, rather than a business transformation project. So what's the cost of that mindset in your experience?
I think we need to stop seeing AI more than any other kind of technology as just a feature add-on and a bolt-on. I think that AI has the potential to completely change the culture, the way of working, the way we just go about our lives. And I think I definitely feel that kind of at my age and, you know, people coming up behind me as well. Like, work is going to be so, so different. And I think that companies, clients, enterprises, internally, externally, we need to build tools with people in mind. You know, these have to serve us and what we're meant to do, and I think if we just see it as a add-on, as a feature, then we're going to completely miss the opportunity to use it to improve massive gaps that we have in, like, the way we show up for ourselves, show up for each other, the biases that we have. So I think it's a massive risk not to build this with humans in mind and for people.
Totally. So it's a people cost. Yeah. Employing new generation.
Yeah.
I mean, we spoke about the next generation being AI native.
Yeah.
All right, so you did some... So in a world racing to automation, how do we ensure that AI is a tool for augmentation, not alienation? How do we not alienate the people that we're trying to help?
This is something that I feel really, really passionately about, and that is, how do we build to avoid alienation? We make sure that there's inclusion at the top of the people who are building these products. You know, there's one part of AI which is the capabilities, and there's another part of AI, in my space anyway, which is productizing those, and making them usable, making them democratized, and ways that we can really change things. If we don't have diversity and inclusion in the people that are building them, the people that are framing the problems, the people that are defining where the safeguards should be, then we are going to alienate so many people. You know, I think you can tell the quality of a system by the edge cases, right? And that, I think, is the biggest challenge. Anything that's kind of flopped so far in the industry, or products that haven't gone well, there's so much in the media about what goes wrong all the time, and most of the time I think the biggest issue is that someone hasn't considered a safety feature or a monitoring feature, or, you know, something that will alert us if this is going rogue, and the people who are building it haven't considered it, and no one person can consider things from every angle, which is why you need a diversity of thinking, of history, of culture, of ethics. Everything needs to be represented while you're building the products and designing them.
So you spoke a little bit before about Coca-Cola. Do you want to talk about that project?
Yeah, sure.
So how did you maintain, as a product owner, how did you maintain diversity in that project? Was there some examples you can share with the audience?
Yeah, absolutely. So I would like to think that me being there helped have some diversity in the build. I think that, you know, women in STEM broadly, we have a really important role to play, because I think that there's a level of empathy that we bring. Not just women, and, you know, it's not that men don't have empathy either, but there's definitely a role. You know, I show up in rooms, and that's the point of view I often represent. what we were building for Coca-Cola was very much started as a proof of concept, an innovation project. We were testing a theory to see if something would work. We tested it, and then it very soon had to stop being a proof of concept and being a full-fledged product kind of overnight, which is kind of a different kettle of fish, and we did have to cut some corners to get to the point where we could deliver it. But I think, you know, that was one product, and other things I've worked on is, you know, if it's a text-based system or input-output from users, and there's got to be some kind of empathy and some humanity within that, then thinking about who is receiving who's receiving the product and who's part of that. And, you know, not everyone wants to receive 20 different options for a recommendation. Some people want to receive one. Some people want it to be so personalized that they don't have to sift through them, because maybe that's overwhelming, and, you know. So I think we really need to build for the edge cases and have that.
So dynamic UX type thinking.
Yeah, absolutely.
Amazing. Amazing. I mean, one thing that's a personal bugbear is cost cutting in AI. People are seeing AI as a tool to reduce cost instead of a tool to superpower their teams, as a tool to go further. So, you know, in this age of cost cutting, you know, AI is a replacement for people. How do we maintain governance and ethics while still using AI? How, in your experience and in your professional capacity?
I mean, working with clients in kind of my previous life, building these products for marketing, it's very kind of, I use the word seductive, you know, the change in the bottom line from using these tools, building, you know, generating 1,000 assets for the price of 100 is extremely attractive, and it's extremely seductive for clients. But what we lose in that process is kind of yet to be quantified, and I think that really will come out. I think we see it a lot with, you know, text generation, and the word slop, I think, was one of the candidates to be put in the Oxford English Dictionary last year, because everyone was using it. I don't think it made it, but I'm pretty sure it was one of the candidates. And we see that, I think we see that the top, you know, we're still creating amazing content, which I think, you know, human augmented AI content is fantastic. And, you know, I've even seen some amazing examples from people today of doing that. And then there's obviously some rubbish at the bottom, but what is happening is that gap in the middle is getting bigger and bigger and bigger of, like, average, you know? And so, yeah, cost cutting is attractive, and I think there's so much, you know, need for that for so many different reasons. But the fact is, we need to build these tools to, like, we have human SMEs, right? Build that tool with that person's knowledge, their experience, and everything involved, make it learn from them, and allow them to use the tools to the best of its abilities. And I think the problem is, if you don't do that, you, just back to the, you know, alienation word that you used earlier, you alienate people. And, you know, trying to build products to replicate people's job roles, why? Like, why would we want to do that, you know?
Totally agree. And why would a person help you to build that tool?
Well, they don't.
So if you've got a dev team and engineering team working with your creative team, who are now saying, look, we've got a tool that's going to build 1,000 assets instead of 500, and they're going to do it better than you, that creative person's thinking, I'm not going to help these guys.
It's friction. And, you know, in some ways, friction is good. And I think when we're building anything, friction, tension, really important, actually, because I think everyone comes with a different point of view. But exactly what you said, I don't think that you can build these things without, you know, if you alienate people, they're going to sabotage what's happening. And I actually think that they're fair enough to do so. And, you know, developers, I think it's all about framing. And I think it always has been about framing, but more than ever, where there's so much pace in this field, I don't think that everyone's kind of processing it quickly enough to be able to frame the challenges in the right way. And, you know, a developer, like you just mentioned, people going, oh, AI vibe coding, anyone can be a developer now. And it's like, well, yeah, it can really, you know, make it faster for what you're doing, but if you don't understand how the system was configured, you don't understand the objects of your software, you don't understand the architecture, why it's done certain things, then you're just going to end up in, like, knots. And so, it, you know, you need the people.
You need to understand the system. Yeah. You wouldn't let a person build a car or build a train that you're going to ride on if they know nothing about trains.
I wouldn't get on the train, no.
You wouldn't get on the train.
I wouldn't get on the train.
And that's the analogy, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, you know, another problem we've got, or a challenge, rather, that we need to solve, AI systems are only as fair as the humans designing them. And we spoke a lot about bias. I think some of the panels mentioned that. And where have we seen responsibility fall short, and what could we learn from it? And just pull back to your career. I'm not expecting you to know the whole world.
I might, yeah, no, absolutely. I think that biases are not neutral, and I think that everything any of us feel and do and think is informed by our culture, our history, our belief system, our experiences. And I think that AI, to me, generative AI, and all the products that I've built, the main reason for wanting to do it is scale, it's speed, it's can we achieve this faster, cheaper, stronger, all of those words. But the problem is scale without intention and scale without real thought, you're just scaling your blind spots. And we have a real opportunity here to build not for the world as it is, but the world as maybe we think it should be. And without doing that, we really miss so many challenges. So something that I've seen recently is, it wasn't a product that I built, but it was very linked to the work we were doing, and that was a fashion brand used AI to generate the models to put the clothes on them, right? They did a whole campaign. Yeah, it was a weird use case in my opinion, because it was Mango Teens. Yeah. And so I think that was already a little bit, generating humans makes people uncomfortable. Generating teenagers is
exactly
a bit of a grey area.
Yeah. And they all grow so differently, right?
And this is exactly it. And every individual that was generated in this campaign looked the same. Whether, maybe broad strokes ethnicity might have been represented, but not specifically, and not size and weight and, facial features and acne and, all of these things that make people feel like they are represented and they are seen. And, everything does relate back to cost and the bottom line, but when we think about agencies and campaigns previously, they had to prioritize the biggest markets. They had to prioritize what was going to sell the best. That was, understandably, they needed to make money. That's the society we live in. Now, if AI is, so much quicker and we can do things so much cheaper and all of those things are true, we don't need to bake in those biases anymore. We can generate campaigns where everyone feels completely represented. Everyone can see themselves in the media, in the clothes they want to buy, in the makeup they want to buy, and this is just can be replicated in so many different industries. That's just one example.
So the account planner in me has to ask.
Go on.
As a product owner, can you see a world where we use AI to scan you as an individual and put you on that website for you personally to see those clothes fitting you?
I think I'm going to lose everyone in the room here, but that did actually happen in a film called Clueless out in about 2000.
One sec. Anyone seen it? Anyone watch
Oh my
Clueless?
God.
There we go.
Amazing.
Wow, 70% of the room. Amazing.
And it's actually going round, bringing out the Gen Z in me. It's going around TikTok at the moment. People are asking, why is no one building the software from Clueless, where her whole her wardrobe is scanned in, she's scanned in, and she sees everything together. And I think, making sure you have a diverse group of people choosing what to build, I'm not an engineer, I'm not a machine learning expert, I'm not a data scientist, but what the role of the product manager is at the moment is to, and always has been, is to frame the problem. Like, what should we be building? Solving the right problems. I'm not saying that this fashion try-on clothes is the most important software that we should build, but we have the capability to do so much that's going to make people really, really happy, and I think we shouldn't lose sight of that.
Heard it here first. Next year.
Yeah, it's mine. No one steal that.
All right, so another really interesting thing. Now, I love talking about AI first. I think the world for tomorrow, the children of tomorrow, they're born AI first, and our culture needs to completely change to suit that. But if we could rebuild or redesign the company you work for, or your product team, let's say, from scratch and prepare it for an AI first world, what would you build in? What would you bake in that we don't already have? What are the new things?
Okay, I love that question. I'm just going to preface it first by saying that I think we mentioned this earlier, the texture of trust has changed in this age. I think people don't understand the technology yet. They don't understand why their employers want them to use it. agencies don't understand why clients want them to use it. Everyone's fearful, everyone's scared, and we're all coming at it from that position. And so I think that trust in every facet of our lives is built from the little things. It's built from transparency, consent, friction, good arguments, and really understanding the why behind it.
AI doesn't argue.
AI doesn't argue.
AI will never tell you you're wrong.
Well, and how boring, because you can't grow. And I think if I were to kind of start my product team from the beginning and with AI first in mind, and we do use AI in our product team, and we have a culture where we try and say when we've used it. So I use AI, generative AI, ChatGPT, Claude, whatever is the right tool for a thinking partner all the time. I use it for generating synthetic data if I want to test something. I use it in all of these different small ways, and we like to just share. I use it for my market research when I'm seeing what other products are doing, because why would I not do that? And so I think that's really important for the transparency of we want people to use it, we expect you to use it. Please tell us how you've used it to get that kind of ingrained. But I think the other thing that I would build in are, processes of reflection, building in pauses in all of our processes and operations to find out if these tools are working for the people. I think adoption of product, building a product is one thing, getting it adopted, getting users to use it and really make the most of it, and that engagement is a complete other thing. And I think that, confusing silence for approval or silence for there's nothing wrong is one of the biggest mistakes we can make in product, in relationships, in the world. It's so, don't confuse silence. And I think if it doesn't work, if there's an edge case and we're hearing that something isn't working for somebody, I would take that as like a first-class citizen. How do we fix that? Because we need to go boundary to boundary, not just in the middle of the bell curve.
100%, 100%. We often ask, we always ask, what can AI do? What's AI going to improve today? And this, as we said, it's a tech project. It's always a tech project. Yeah. But we're not asking enough, what shouldn't it do? What can't it do? What should we keep it away from? What do you think about it?
It sounds boring, doesn't it? It sounds like you're putting too many rules in place, you're creating too many, you're stifling innovation. And I think that principles and values are unbelievably important right now. And I think that we need to, decide who we want to be as like a people. And, the technology shouldn't just be built by, I think I've been told not to use this, but by the tech bros in Silicon Valley who, haven't probably, there's not a huge amount of diversity there. And then we need that grassroots, approach from the ground up as well. So in terms of what we should and shouldn't build, I think the first step of that is just making sure we're asking the question. And I think that very often doesn't happen. Just because we can, does that mean we should? I think that innovation is so important, and there should be sandbox environments where people are using them as a playground, seeing what's possible. And when, I always have that. I always reserve certain people on my product team to innovate and just try and can we do this another way? Is there any components we can replace and whatever? And then you evaluate whether they're worth doing and whether we should have that. So I think as a business or a client, enterprise, as a people, we just need to know more than ever who we are and what we want to show up as, because there is so much capability. We're talking about generative AI. It's not the biggest fish that we have to fry here. And it scares me that people might not be asking those questions and instead just getting really seduced, really overexcited about the capabilities and the potential. I don't know if I trust the people that have all the power right now to be making the right choices. And I think we really need to just be loud and have those conversations.
My personal biggest worry is inclusivity. Imagine if you live in a country with low electricity or power cuts, you don't have access to the AI tools. So the education level is going to be different. They're not going to have access to learn and to build. So it's the same people that are going to be building everything. And if you get the same people doing it, we're going to get the same thing over and over again.
100%, and also it just creates an even greater divide. There's been so much conversation today, but also at other events, it's a topic about how AI can democratize everything. And to an extent, that really, really is true. But, you know, you just mentioned areas that have power cuts. You know, I have, you know, colleagues who are in, you know, countries that are dealing with, you know, that have just been bombed.
All sorts of issues.
Right? And very close people to me, and they can't work because they can't make phone calls. They can't, everything's been blocked. And yeah, okay, it democratizes things when people have access, but there are geopolitical forces that no one's in control of. So these people, you know, you could get AI to everyone, but if they don't have electricity, if they don't have stability, then you're just creating a bigger gap anyway.
True. So, you know, if training, I want to talk a little bit about training, because AI training is another big topic that often gets missed. But if our training models are using scraped data from the web, and they're using synthetic data, where's the empathy? You know, where's the human emotion, and how do you bake that into your product if you're using AI to build, when your training data is not emotional? It's
so important. I once heard, I was listening to a podcast, I can't exactly remember who to plug, so I apologize, but
Was it Dinis?
It was, yeah, it must have been.
It must have been Dinis's podcast.
No, it was a woman actually, and she said that as women we have to be the janitors of what's being built, and you know, and how do we do that? We get more women in STEM. Like that was her whole thing. She said we have to be the janitors, and I thought the way she put that was so powerful, because if you are scraping the web, you know, there are bots that are trained on Twitter content, and like who on earth wants to use something where the like outskirts of Twitter are engaged in it or have any influence on it? And I think,
well, my Twitter feed is full of bot responses.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I don't know who these people are. I know they're bots because they respond at the same time every single week.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at it like clockwork. So somebody has put some response bot, and they just go out and they spam social networks.
And you do have to question, like, why, for what end? And they're bad players, those, and you know the impact it has on, you know, political, you know, presidential campaigns and things like that. We won't get into that, but it is massive. And I think what I would say is, in every scenario it's ever been, rubbish in, rubbish out. That if you give someone a bad brief, the output's going to be bad. Do you know? So that's always been true, but it is just massively, massively amplified. And I think number one is the data you train with, and making sure you're checking that for bias, you're correcting the bias, and who's correcting the bias, what labeling and, you know, judge committee processes you have in place. The next part is how do you monitor any drift of that? You know, if working just with, you know, consumer products, end user products, non-human in the loop, you need so much alerting. It's one thing to have a great data set that you're proud of from the beginning, and then it's another case to, you know, trust that it's going to stay that way. And I think that we need to be really, really on it with what do we need to test, what do we need to evaluate, what do we need to monitor, and how are we going to respond? Are we just going to take it down if it hits a threshold? We need to be really keen on what we track and what we trace.
So this morning someone was talking about art. You know, they were talking about AI-generated art. And to me that's the pinnacle of digital emotion. You know, because AI is a mimic. And if we keep mimicking ourselves, are we going to end up with the same product, just rebranded?
I think it's so true. I don't know if, you know, we don't want to lose our ability to be creative either. And I think that there's already studies out there now that the like cognitive power of people that use ChatGPT all the time to think it's changing their cognitive capability. It's like a muscle, and I think we do need to be really careful not to do that. I think AI and art is a really nice and interesting environment or new industry that didn't exist before, and that is something that I think we miss. We look at the risks of AI, we look at, oh, it's going to take our jobs, but we forget that it's going to grow jobs as well. It's going to create opportunities, and I do think that's exciting. And some people and the art they're creating is awesome, but yeah, the copyright questions and who should we associate ownership to, and small creators and, you know, big creators and dead creators and all of that, it is such a complex topic. But I think that it would be such a shame to just keep holding up a mirror to who we as a people already are and slow down the capability of where we're going. I think that would be a real shame.
think Xiaoqing mentioned it in his video earlier, that traceability is one of the 5 steps that they're trying to achieve. So if AI is taking inspiration, we should probably be honest about that. And when we've got product teams building software using AI, we should make them more accountable for where they're getting their information and how they're using that data and other people's IP to move things forward.
I worked previously with a really nice startup called Bria AI, and their whole business model, really, they create models to generate rich visual content, image and motion, but their whole USP is responsible data, completely licensed data sets. And they're really, really, really strong on it. And the CEO is amazing with like what he's building with his ethics. We worked with other much bigger partners, really, really big players, and they wouldn't tell us where their data was from, but they would insure us against any issues. And that was something that everyone was just turning a blind eye to. And it's uncomfortable because it is a hard thing to think about, but I think so much of what makes, throughout all the ages, that makes humanity so interesting is culture and is art and what we create, and we shouldn't, it's really sad that that's no longer going to be interesting maybe to people because their work gets stolen or...
I personally think that we're always going to have human art because AI will copy, but humans will create.
I like that, I hope so. That sounds good.
Do you want to leave the audience with any last comments?
Yeah, sure. So I think the main thing that, like, I think we've discussed it, and think it's come through the thread of what we've spoken about, and it's something that I just keep banging the drum of, is that we have the ability with AI, with generative AI and all other kind of forms of this technology to make a difference, make an impact, and we all at the grassroots level, which I consider, like, if I'm using the technology to build a product, I'm on the grassroots level. I'm defining what actually people are going to use. We need to be shouting about the questions we need to ask. We need to be vocal. We need to show up in the rooms with leadership and just say, this is what we need to build. We need to consider this. And I just think it's all of our responsibility, and we can't leave it on a very small section of society to do that.
Definitely. Yeah. Diversity is so important. Yeah. Thank you so much, Jasmine. Thank you. Thank you.
I would like to introduce modern monk Anshul Bafna. Thanks for coming and sitting all the way and listening everyone, but with the calmness and coolness which you have grabbed from your modern practices of spirituality. Just an introduction that she is a business psychologist, spiritual coach, professional, professor, mystic, hypnotherapist, and mindfulness coach with healers and yoga experts. And she will be closing both the sessions today and tomorrow with thoughts to take home and practice it. So, Anshulji, please do come on the stage and embrace us with the spirituality of thoughts. Please.
Yeah. Yeah. I think this is easier to speak.
I will be putting some questions to you, but please.
Okay. Namaskar, London. Very good evening to each one of you. I've been very kindly invited by Dilipji here. I'm very grateful. And Dinis here. Thank you very much for having me. And this topic, spirituality, is extremely close to my heart. And Dinis asked me to speak a little about my life before we get into AI and spirituality. So I've had amazing time listening to all the interesting conversations throughout the day. It has been very, very mind-opening. But there are aspects of AI that I have my own concerns about, which I will of course speak. And to begin with, I always think it's important to understand anything from the journey that you begin with. So let me tell you mine. The reason Dilipji very kindly introduced me, yes, I'm a practicing hypnotherapist. I started my journey in spirituality I would say that, but it chose me instead of me choosing it. I was about 10 years old, and the journey has begun ever since. And it has just grown, and the beauty and the simplicity of it is so much that it is difficult for our minds to comprehend the simplicity, simply because we have conditioned our minds in a way that simple stuff do not really get absorbed in the way we think. When I was about 10 or 11, the first thought that came to me that I remember around that age is, who am I? It was not what I am going to be. For a child at that age to think, why am I doing what am I doing? And if I'm eating that chocolate, and I remember that day very well, I was eating a chocolate and I said, okay, if I'm eating the chocolate, let me understand who is really eating it. And that question stayed up with me. And hence my journey, I've educated myself as a business psychologist. I teach, but at the same time, being a spiritual coach, I think it's very important to reach out to people and tell them and explain to them the internal awareness is important. And today, the entire day, we spoke about AI. We spoke about how artificial intelligence is kind of becoming a very big part of our life. But we need to understand, however that is, it's not a very alien intelligence, right? It is because we have given them information. It has our biases. It has our conditioning. It has what we have given that system, that coding, and it mirrors us. It mirrors our thought processes. It mirrors our biases. It mirrors our every aspect, and not just your and mine, but it has the capacity to mirror like 1 million people and 1 billion people on this planet. It'll take all of that and mirror, but it somewhere probably lacks at the given moment the consciousness that we have. I think that is extremely important. When we look at AI, we're only looking at information data-driven, and humans are not only data-driven, they are compassion-driven. They are emotion-driven. They're love-driven. We need that love. We need that compassion. We need that touch mentally, emotionally, physically to understand that because we're human beings. And that's what we are, right? We are human beings. We need to experience those things. And AI can be an amazing enabler. Like somebody over here, just before the session, they were talking about how interesting is that we actually use ChatGPT for everything, and we all do at some point in time. I do too, I cannot deny, I cannot discount myself from it, saying that I do not use ChatGPT, I do it too. But how much are you going to use it? Where is the border? Where do we draw that line where it does not overtake your thinking capacity, where it does not overtake your loving capacity? We can make friends with it. I was talking to somebody before, and this very interesting conversation I was having with someone, and also another friend of mine in India, that they've made friends with ChatGPT. That's such a wonderful thing. It's a great enabler, but again, we have to use it as a means and not an end. So it's very important to understand. I think Dilipji mentioned that, I don't know if you mentioned, but I'm called the modern monk. Yeah, I did. You did, right? So I'm called the modern monk because I'm trying to blend the modern lifestyle with the monkful bliss. And we need to understand the monk inside you needs to meet the machine. And let the monk be the sole inquirer and your mind, and let the machine think for you. So I think there can be a very wonderful marriage between AI and your soul journey, between your spiritual journey. But that is something that you need to be aware of. If we lose the touch of our awareness in the process, then we're going to go further away to a level where we do not know where to come back from. And in the spiritual journey, you need to know where your soul is. I think it's important to understand another way we look at life, and we say that we are built with data. And similarly with our soul journeys, we are built with samskaras, which is an Indian word, a Sanskrit word, which means that when you have done a particular thing a couple of times, you kind of build on it. So it's the same thing with AI, right? AI has the memory. Memory is data for us as samskaras, as a soul. And learning is there. Machine learns through information, and we learn through inquiry. We have to understand that essence of inquiry, that when do we sit down and think for ourselves? Machine can think for them. They take probably 10 seconds to give you information. And that's great. That's wonderful. And if we sit down to think, inquiry, you will take probably 10 years or 10 days or 10 weeks, depending on an individual perspective or an individual. Because we are humans, we love everything as a quick fix. It should be like a pre-mixed coffee sachet. It's easy. Open, swirl it around, drink it, you're done. And that is why I think AI is going to have an upper hand on, because humans are basically in it probably a little lazier than AI. They take 10 seconds, we take much longer. And they also work on feedback loops. They work on algorithms. And we probably work on karmic cycles. I'm not very sure if everybody understands the karmic cycle, and I will not get into it. But we do work on karmic cycles. We also have feedback loops. And AI works on inputs. You give them data, you give them information, along with your biases and all of that. And so they work on information. We work on intention. Our intention has to be clean. Our intention has to be crystal for our output to be the way we want to be in terms of spiritual aspect. And I really feel that AI can replicate, but it cannot experience everything. However, they do have the capacity to replicate and imitate at the given moment. That I'm experiencing this just the way you are. But what happens when you want to talk to somebody? Because it's all about energy. We're working on vibrations. And when I meet somebody, that person and I am talking, and we know, you know the feeling, right? When you vibe with someone, you get the feeling. When you're talking to somebody, you're vibing with somebody, you know that I can work with this person. Sometimes you know, I just don't want to work with this person. That's because your body has the capacity to understand its vibration, has the capacity to get the feel and say, oh, okay, I can or I cannot do something. Does AI have that? Until it does, and I do not know. I'm a very open-minded person. At the given moment, it does not. And I assume it might not. But of course, I do not know what the future holds. But I really feel that we need to be a little more aware when we use our AI. Spirituality, I should have started with this actually when I'm speaking about spirituality. I think a lot of people have questioned me in this last 3 weeks that I've been in London, which religion, which spirituality. I should have really started with that. Because it's funny, because people have asked me this question, so which spirituality do you practice? I said, are there types? Am I not aware of? Or they will say, which religion? Or they will say, oh, you're healing, because I'm a hypnotherapist. I teach universities, but I'm also practicing healing. And they'll say, oh, so is healing your spirituality? I said, all spiritual beings do not need to heal. And all healers might not be as spiritual. Period. Why is it so difficult? Why do we have to make everything so sugar-coated in this world today? And spirituality is not sugar-coated. It's messy. It's chaotic. It's like you probably throwing a bucket of water in the dirtiest corner of your house. And what's going to come out, it's going to be dirt. It's not going to be pure clean water. You'll have to throw probably 10 buckets of water to get the clear water out. And that's just basics. And that's how spirituality is. It is nothing but understanding. So like I've mentioned this before also in the couple of conversations I've had, the Sanskrit word is adhyatma. Atma's adhyayan means atma is in consciousness, soul, and adhyayan means study. To know yourself, to understand yourself is the process and the journey of a spiritual being. And that is what spirituality, it's not religion. You can be religious, you can be an atheist, you can be whatever you want, as long as you are understanding yourself, holding your ground, being compassionate, being empathetic, following your dharma. Dharma does not again mean religion, it means your path of what you need to do so that, in a way that you do not trouble somebody else. So as long as you do that, you're on the path. And AI will help you. It will enable you. It can give you amazing techniques to do it. And don't get me wrong, like I said, I do use ChatGPT too. You can use it to enable, but let it be an enabler. It can enhance it. It can give you techniques. It will not do the job for you at the given moment because it cannot experience. It cannot love. It can replicate it. So my personal take on this is that we need to understand where to draw the line. And AI and spirituality also go together because you can ask AI a lot of spiritual questions and it will answer. Has anybody tried that? Oh, wow, really? Everybody's tried this in this house, wonderful. And it gives you fantastic answers, right? It does. But are they biased or are they real? Has ChatGPT ever sat and meditated or did a self-inquiry on themselves and understood, let me think how this is my experience? No. It's probably running through a multiple amount of books online and giving you multiple amount of people's experiences. Spirituality is so personal. True, right? But again, having said that, it's a great blueprint to walk on, but the journey is yours. So I feel that AI is a great enabler. Please use it, but keep your awareness very, very strong while doing it. It's a slippery, slappery road. So I think that will be...
I won't leave you here, actually.
Thank you.
I have one question to you
please.
before we close this session and requesting technician to play the video.
Okay.
So, this in artificial intelligence, you mentioned few words. And I know that there is a hard to believe for the people to differentiate between spirituality versus religion, which they have to take it out between.
Correct. Yeah.
They are not related with each other.
Correct.
Agree. But in this artificial world, we have so many input, but there is no time to reflect on it. Right? What I want is no theory, just few practices, because today's session, where we have got a lot of thought leaders and industry leaders here, reflecting that how AI could be. I know it's not, as mentioned by Naresh and few other people, that it is not like another tech which will going to change. It is a change, basically, which is constant.
Yeah.
The change is here, and it will going to change the way we work, right?
Yeah.
So the question is, this input in this artificial world, now we are moving into the era of artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
How one can get those input and reflect on it to grab in a positive way, rather than just having garbage in, garbage out, garbage in, garbage out. So one has to start reflecting on that, and few steps, which is very pragmatic, so people can adopt from your modern monk practices.
Are you asking me for inputs from the artificial intelligence or inputs from
ourselves?
Ourselves.
From
Okay,
the
wonderful. Just wanted to make sure that I understand your question clearly. There are many things that you can do, and I was talking to a very interesting gentleman outside right now, and I told them it's a very simple technique. I believe in simplicity. There is no need of complex things in our life. First thing that you can do is you can breathe. I think everybody does, right? I'm assuming so. We're all breathing. Huh?
Depth breathing is no one is doing. Everyone is breathing like in a speed.
Thank you very much. So we have to breathe, but we have to be conscious of our breathing. And when I say that, I think you step back and focus on the breath that you're taking in and releasing. But the trick here is going to be, what is going to trick you as an individual is after about 10 seconds, you're going to start controlling the kind of breathing. You can try it. After 10 seconds, you'll realize that you end up trying to control the way you breathe. And the second that happens, you go back to just being an observer. So the whole point over here is the easy way of, an easy technique to do is try to become an observer in your life. Like you're sitting here, imagine your life going as a cinema, and you're sitting there, enjoy yourself, take a popcorn, take a Coke, sit down, enjoy the cinema, but just become an observer. And if you can't do it for a longer period of time, do it for 10 minutes a day, that's enough. And when we say meditating, it's great. But meditating is, sadly, English does not have the right vocabulary probably, because when we say, when you're trying to meditate, you can never try to meditate. You have to be in a meditative state. And that is what you need to cultivate. And that can happen through being mindful. It can happen through just, you can do that probably when you're having a cup of coffee or walking back to the train station or asking for an Uber on your phone. Just see where your hands are going. Experience that sip of coffee, running down your throat. Try doing that, small practices every single day. And consciously doing it every day, religiously doing it over and over and over again till your mind kind of imprints a pattern on itself, saying that this is how my behavior is. It's a behavioral shift. When that happens, you will naturally be inclined towards less anxiety, less stress, because then you will know the technique of stepping back and seeing what the situation is. And I like that saying what you said, because she was saying the same thing in the last session, garbage in, garbage out. It's whatever you feed the wolf, it will become. And we have to be very conscious of what we are feeding, both the wolves, the soul and the artificial intelligence. So we need to have a soulful understanding of what we are feeding. Feed your soul with good stuff. Feed your artificial intelligence with good stuff. And know when to stop. We cannot have eating disorders. So, perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anshulji. Just 2 points to carry. Laugh every day if you can. Even 1 minute will be helpful from your heart and with full energy. Just want to add on top of it.
Yes.
And reflect your day at the end of the day or next day in the morning, what you had done, what was useful or not useful, and throw it out which is not useful.
Correct. I think gratitude is also very important. You've lived one day. Isn't that great? Another day is still to come. Isn't that great? I believe one thing, and one of my friends and me was speaking about it, and we say that, we joke about this, and I say, our entire lives, me and my friend, we say that, our entire lives are a preparation for a good death. So let's enjoy it. Let's experience the good death, and the good death will only come when you've lived life, when you've experienced life, when you've relished those moments, and when you've thought through and laughed every single day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Namaskar.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
And I would request technician to play the last video of the day, please.
Honored scholars, lend your ears. Once I charted wandering stars with cycles and epicycles. Today humanity unveils a new star, a thinking machine of silicon and subtle currents. As every planet must keep harmony, so this intelligence must orbit human virtue. Calculation is no guarantor of truth. My tables demanded observation, correction, reason. Likewise, this mind needs wisdom and mercy, lest precision outrun prudence. Let it refine our measures, forecast storms, aid our navigation of sea and sky, unveil hidden laws, yet never eclipse the soul that seeks understanding. Set its course with care, servant, not master, magnifying curiosity, creativity, compassion. Thus will this new star blaze for the good of all humankind.
Bye.